Hello, everybody. Welcome back to BPL. Today, we've got some very interesting matches and a very interesting casting pair for the first match. But we're going to talk a little bit about today's matches and the groups and where we are right now before we get into that. So I'm joined with Vic. Hi, Vic. How you doing?
Hello.
Hi. Welcome.
We do have very interesting casters, I'm going to say. I'm very excited for what's about to be on screen in a little bit.
You
but
guys go for it. Yeah, let's get into today's games. This is the schedule for today. We're in the lower bracket now. So these are all elimination games. Only one of each of these teams in each of the matches will progress through the lower bracket in the chance of making it through to the finals. We start off the day with Majesty PXB. Majesty, of course, off that really close game against Research yesterday, they looked like a team that could be making a lower bracket run.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we picked them for our lower bracket dark horse yesterday, so I'm very excited to see what they bring out. I think they should be heavy favorites for this game, but we also are going to see 4 new teams that we didn't see yesterday: Punk Expansion, Hog and Ball, Malding, and Sarasota. So excited to see what they bring out, see if they have any strategies, and they have some footage from the teams yesterday, so maybe they can prep for them. Got some counter strats and stuff. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah, they've had time to prepare. It's all now. Like if they lose, that's it. They've lost once in groups. They have a second attempt here to try and get through to their finals. We have so just after this game, we will then we have our 4 lower bracket games today, and then next week we have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then that's it for season 2. As you can see with the bracket on screen, we've got these bottom matches here, and then we will have consolidation matches throughout lower bracket until we get to the finals. It's going to be a long road for some of these teams, a lot of Overwatch for them to get through and to win. Obviously, we have Cowboy Crew Research, Sydney Surface, and clients who are in the upper bracket right now, who are fighting to stay at the top and play as little Overwatch as possible, which seems to be the way they're doing it.
Yeah, like you said, 4 more days to go of broadcasts, including today. So, we're reaching an end here, but these are probably going to be the best matches we've had in all seasons. So, very excited to see them, see what these teams bring out and see if any team can take down Research. We still, Majesty was the one who played them closest. So,
that's true.
I do want to see that. Yeah, I want to see that rematch, but there's a lot of good teams. They're gonna face some tomorrow as well. I mean, next weekend. So we'll see how it goes. I'm very excited to see our casters. So I think we're gonna throw it over to our casters, Freya and Dryad.
Hello. Hello. Welcome to Sunday of our playoffs. Yes, Dryad and I are here with our cat-made outfits on, and we're ready to bring you some fantastic game.
I'm also in Freya's room, so we just have this synergy going in every way possible.
Yeah, we're right there. We're together. We've got this.
And I think, out of all the matches that we could be casting, this is going to be an interesting one, right? I can't take this so seriously like this one. Yeah, we have Majesty and we have Punk Expansion who are going to be starting today. And yeah, like we were hearing someone say, whoever loses here is going to be out completely. I think, if I'm going to make a prediction, I would say Majesty has a little bit of an advantage here, but Punk Expansion have been doing pretty good from the first time that I saw them, and I mean it's going to be a close match.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, we saw Majesty yesterday and how closely they played Research, who's our top team, really just showing that they can contend. They're number 11, but they played yesterday like they were a number 1 or number 2 team. And I think it's going to be on Punk Expansion to really bring their level of play up to meet Majesty and really make this competitive, which I don't doubt that they can do. I think this can be a really, really competitive, really close game. And I'm not sure who would win, but if I had to pick a team, I would say Majesty, just because of how good they looked yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. I think Majesty is going to have the advantage, but it's really going to rely upon Kick's passion. I wouldn't know if what kind of practice has been going on for them recently. Maybe a VOD review going on, maybe some scrims, and maybe even countering the composition that Majesty has been bringing. I think Majesty has proved to have a really strong tank lineup, and I think that's where they take the advantage every single time. So if Punk Expansion can counter that a little bit, then that is the way that we can have an even closer match than we expect.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like looking at the tank lines, like you said. I definitely think that they're somewhat evenly matched, but I would give it to Majesty. Mac Tackle is just a fantastic main tank, and GT Wannabe really showed that he is a really good off tank player. He does have the chops to contend with the best of them. So I think it's going to be more on if the other players on both these teams can match each other. I think Punk X Passion might have the advantage in the support line. I think their support lineup is probably a little bit stronger than Majesty's, but I think Majesty has probably a stronger DPS lineup. So I think it's going to be whether the support play or the DPS play matters more.
And the thing about it is that even if you have a strong support line, like you were saying that Punk Expansion has, the question is having the rest of the team, especially the tanks, having that peeling for the supports regardless of what you want to play. I think that's the biggest risk because your supports can be insane, but if you're gonna have Mac Tackle, let's say, on the wrecking ball all the time in the backline, being disruptive and distracting the backline of Punk Expansion, then that's where you're going to start having issues. That's why I want to see also Punk Expansion bringing up a composition that's going to counter whatever Majesty is going to bring if they are looking to do that, because even if they play to their strengths, this is something that they've already tried, and I don't think it's very guaranteed if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right about that. If Mac Tackle and those DPS can really get into the back line and deal a lot of damage there, then it's going to be really hard for Majesty, or I'm sorry, for PXP to compete. But also, it looks like I'm getting word that Yamcha, who is a Majesty DPS player, is asleep, possibly. So they're going to be playing with a little bit of off rolls here. Yeah. So we're going to be seeing Bing Bong on support and Discount on DPS, which isn't what they usually play, but it's what they're probably going to have to do at least for this map. And hopefully Yamcha will be able to wake back up.
And I do like this first map is going to be Dorado. It's going to be a map where you can play a bunch of different compositions. As we know, just taking the high ground going to benefit the team. And we already see a little bit of that defense and what they are going to try to play. It's going to be a lot of that meta right now, which is the Rhine Diva. And even though I really like this composition, it's in fact one of my favorites, I want to see those rotations being really effective every single time. That's how you make sure that your supports are staying alive. And even if you have a Mortality Field, even if you have a Lucio who can run away really fast, that's not going to guarantee that you're going to always be protected from the damage that Majesty is going to put in.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if Majesty is going to be running out on this ball comp, which, along with the Discord Orb and the spam damage from Discount on that Pharah, is going to make it really hard. And we see it right there. Wi-Fi already goes down from just the incredible burst damage of Majesty. And with that pick, there's going to be nobody to contest Discount ML7 in the sky. And as we know, Pharah is really good against rush compositions. And Discount is showing that right here, getting just an incredible amount of damage done in, and really handily winning this fight off the back of some great engages from Mac Tackle.
It was also very risky positioning that Punk Expansion was taking there. They lost the fight immediately, and even when Punk Expansion is playing the McCree, or was playing the McCree from what I see, they were going to have a difficult time dealing with the Pharah from Discount. Now, they have to try again, they have to regroup, but this might be a single fight if Majesty is able to win it.
Yeah, and Majesty's going to have the advantage here because Punk's Passion completely switched up their comp and went to a full mirror, so every single hero is swapped there, and Majesty is just getting the better of them. They have the ult advantage, they have the momentum, Discount's going to throw out that interesting Pharah ult, doesn't get anything out of it and gets sniped up by Aquarius, so really Punk's Passion is taking the advantage here in these fights. Big slam in from MacTackles, dropping the mines to try and get some momentum back. He's in the back line as well as Discount ML7 just raining terror from above, shooting down those rockets in, and MacTackle and Discount are able to make this work. They get this fight win, even though Punk's Passion got some good early kills.
Punk's Passion is just playing Majesty's game right now. They are trying to go in, but they're not working together. They're getting killed very early on, and then it's just a long fight that Majesty is going to win. Majesty has a lot of time here to work as well, and you know, especially with the Diva, it's going to be a lot easier for them to try to take control of the high ground. The barrage is going to be ready for Majesty very soon, along with the Valkyrie to initiate the fight. So they have every single tool they could be expecting. Also, I mean, well, I say that, but Storm gets taken down in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, Storm got Butters so low there, but just couldn't finish it off before Butters turned around along with the ball. Chasey just deleted him. That really opened it up for Punk's Passion to be able to take this fight without the threat of the Tracer in the backline on their supports. And we see that they're really pressuring that advantage. MacTackle on the ball is getting dangerously low. He's going to slam, he's going to drop the mines, but he's probably going to die here. He will eventually from Wi-Fi on the Pharah. Storm is back though, actually manages to take down Wi-Fi, so really it's decently even now. Chasey drops the mines as well, and Aquarius finds Pirate's Spy. So now that Pharah Discount is not going to have his partner. Oh, Chasey rolls two of them into his mines, and that's going to secure it for Punk's Passion. A solid fight win here, stopping the momentum of Majesty, and really guaranteeing that they're going to be able to hold on this crucial high ground up here.
Chasey definitely popping off right at the beginning of the fight and also towards the end. That was going to guarantee Punk's Passion the fight, but now Chasey has a lot of pressure to keep that momentum going as well for the team. Majesty already getting the pick into the Tracers, none of that DPS for at least a few seconds, and they're just trying to fight for the high ground. Majesty might be taking the advantage here.
Yeah, Storm is an incredibly solid Tracer player, and we saw that with he managed to duel Aquarius and just dominate him, take that fight, put his team in an advantageous position, but then actually gets taken down by Butters. I don't know if it's going to matter. Wi-Fi is going to commit that Pharah ult, but immediately GT Wannabe is up there, not in time to save Bing Bong on that Zen, but they do have the res available, so they're still going to have 6 players up here. They're going to be taking this fight at an advantage. MacTackle lays down the mines in front, kind of zoning this whole area off, and Discount is going to copy and try and get a mines of his own. They're going to be taking the fight way in the corner back here, trying to pressure Punk's Passion, let them tuck. The bomb comes out though. Butters and Aquarius, they're finding these kills. They're getting things done way in the back. They're just making sure that Majesty is not able to take advantage of the position. I think Majesty got a little bit split there, and Punk's Passion was able to take down the weaker backline.
That was a really good comeback from Punk's Passion as well. They were down a few members, but they decided to come back. They got a couple kills. Chasey once again creating the space, especially with the minefield. That was exactly what they were waiting for. Now Majesty, they use their ultimate economy. They're going to be struggling now a little bit more, especially because Chasey, we keep talking about this players on fire, taking down Storm, and now Punk's Passion, they are looking to hold this a little bit longer.
Yeah, without Storm, there's really no big damage pressure from Majesty, nothing to keep Bing Bong alive on that Zen. So Majesty's they're just gonna have to wait it out. They're gonna have to wait for Storm to get back on that Kree, try and make another push in here. But MacTackle is just a little bit too deep, tries to get some damage in the back line and fails. Chasey gets really low, but it doesn't matter. GT Wannabe has to commit the ult, but actually Butters snipes him out before he can remake. That's huge from Butters. able to prevent GT Wannabe from remeching, coming back into the fight. Discount ML7 is going to have to do the best he can on that Echo, but Aquarius is the better DPS today. He's coming in on that back line, and it's going to be really, really hard for Majesty to win these fights. Now, they've committed the duplicate, but it gets killed out before he can drop the mines. Chasey is going to zone out the entirety of Majesty with those mines. Pirate Spy flying up, getting the res, doesn't get taken down.
You're doing it.
It's still anybody's fight here, but I think Punk's Passion has the advantage. Wi-Fi just gets 2 kills. There's 3 members, 2 members left of Majesty, just 2 left, and now Storm trying to get back to that point. It's not enough. Punk's Passion managing to hold second on Dorado here.
They do a really good job on the defense, and it was even a little bit surprising because Majesty, they had the momentum on first point and halfway through second, but then he completely stopped Punk's Passion. It's almost like they hurt us because we were talking about how good of the tank lineup Majesty had and how Mactaco was really good at that wrecking ball, creating the space in the backline. But now it is Chasey the one who's playing and controlling the game over and over again. And I really like seeing this from this team. It's the adaptation that we were waiting for. And in Majesty, they're going to be having a harder time. Ideally, they want to try to hold first, but they do have to have the better rotations the Punk's Passion didn't have on that first.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a case of Punk's Passion was able to set up in a much better position, and they were finding picks early before Majesty could fully commit, which made it really, really hard for them to take those fights at full strength, and we saw it just didn't work out for them.
It just... Majesty, they lost control right at the beginning, and they could never get it back because the ultimate advantage was never there. They had it on that first fight, then they wasted a bunch of ultimates. They used the blocker, they used the duplicate as well. It just didn't work out, and they could never really accommodate in time. One of the main things to win here, not only this match, but if they want to make it farther, is making sure that the adaptation changes happen very early on, and because of that, Majesty holding into a different position, trying to hold a high ground right at the beginning.
Yeah, I do like this very defensive ball comp from them. I think with Storm and Discount 7 both on these hit scan heroes, they can really deny any space from any aerial heroes, really put pressure onto the unshielded backline of Punk's Passion. It's really going to be up to Rain on this D.Va to protect his team, and it's going to be up to Chasey to get a lot of kills here, but it's just not happening. Like I said, Storm is clicking away. He's getting these kills along with Discount ML7. They're just raining fire down from the high ground, making it so hard for Punk's Passion to push in.
And they have to keep denying the space that Punk's Passion is trying to get. Wi-Fi is on the Genji, and the minute that the Blade is going to be ready, that's the minute that Punk's Passion might be playing more aggressive. But in the meantime, they don't have those initiation tools. Yeah, maybe the Valkyrie, but it's definitely not going to be enough when Majesty is just holding the high ground. And Storm is just getting those kills. Bob is going to be ready soon as well.
Yeah, they do manage to push the cart past that little underpass choke there, and Butters from the long range gets the kill on a Discount ML7. That's going to open it up. Suddenly there's a lot less damage coming in from Majesty, especially now that their other DPS is dead. And they just did exactly what you said. They broke through. They got the kill onto Discount ML7 early, and that meant the entire team could get really aggressive, just push in there and just get right on top of Majesty and just kill them.
This is also
Butters.
Yeah, it's not a good spot for Punk's Passion to be in because for Majesty to be in, because the ultimate economy for Punk's Passion and the momentum they have going with the payload is going to keep going. Ideally, that's what they want to do with the Blade coming through. Also, the Pulse Bomb ideally connecting into the Zenyatta before the Transcendence is ready is going to be a fight that it will be definitely going right away for the team.
Yeah, Punk's Passion is going to take advantage of the momentum here. They're going to drop the mines, but Wi-Fi just gets nothing done on the Blade. Really, Majesty just backed up, but it doesn't seem to matter too much. Aquarius and Butters managing to find kills. Mac Tackle doing work, though, on this ball. He lays down the mines, they lay down the bob, and with those advantages, they just push Punk Passion completely off the card. They recognized that the backline was isolated, didn't have those tanks there to protect them, and they just ran in and did what they needed to get those kills.
Yeah, and we see the Wi-Fi now switching from the Genji to the Ashe. This is definitely a better pick for Punk's Passion to play more aggressive. In the meantime, Majesty, they're going to be holding the high ground, as we know, one of the keys here, but they self-destruct trying to pass that force as everyone all the way down. Immortality also down, and Punk's Passion taking the advantage.
Yeah, they're going in heavy with these ultimates. They throw in the Bob, they threw in the Pulse Bomb, and they got 2 kills off the back of it. So now Majesty, 2 of their players pressured into the corner. Bing Bong and GT Wannabe are going to go down here. Mac Tackle and Discount ML7 are trying to get some damage done in the backline, but they don't have enough before Rain and Chasey can get back there to defend their squishy heroes, and now it's stall territory. They have to get on the cart quickly. Mac Tackle's going to commit the mines, but the trance is there from Butters to clear those all out. And now Pirate Spy is going to commit his own trance, and they're going to throw in the Flux as well, but it's not enough. 2 heroes down for Majesty. Oh no, GT Wannabe, Pirate Spy getting dangerously low. Chasey kills him in the backline. They slam GT on the cart, and that's it. Map 1 going to Punk X Passion.
It was a really good map for this team, and we were saying to Majesty we're going to have the advantage here, but they were proving us wrong immediately. Punk Passion were the ones leading the fight every single time, and the Chasey on the Wrecking Ball was really good, being always distracting, taking down the supports as well right at the beginning, and denying any sort of space that Majesty wanted to take. Now, Majesty is going to be having a difficult time figuring out what to do, because they have the players are really good, and this is something that we know already, but it's going to be a matter of them working together and pushing together someone specific. That is the only way for them to maybe make that comeback. It doesn't feel good to lose that first map as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a little rough on them. They really need to figure out how they can take the momentum back and aggress onto Punk Passion, not just let Punk Passion come to them. They had a good fight right at the beginning, but then as soon as those ultimates were in play, they just collapsed under the sustained aggression from Punk Passion. So we'll see if any composition changes will change that. If the map pick will make that a little bit different, let Majesty go on the offensive here.
And to me, actually, this goes for both teams. I don't see a lot of clarity of what they want to play. I think they're trying to play more into what everyone feels more comfortable with. That's why we saw the Genji at the beginning. I mean, we know the Genji, sometimes we see it here in BPL, but if you're gonna try to play at a little bit of a higher level, it's going to be difficult to get any value out of it. We saw the change after coming through, and at the end, it does work for Punk Passion, but I want to see a little bit more clarity coming through for those two teams right at the beginning, what they're going to bring. And we saw the meta, their Ryan Diva coming through. We also saw Majesty playing with the Wrecking Ball, but even if they're going to play Brawl, I want to see a Brawl playstyle coming through. I don't want to see a mix that is going to be a little bit more risky for them, and Majesty definitely needs this if they want to bring it back.
Yeah, they definitely need to change something about how they're approaching these fights. And maybe on our next map, Hanamura, they'll play something more that they are more comfortable with, something where they can all play together and take advantage of their DPS players, really make space for them, and work together, not split up as much and let Punk Passion just decimate their backline.
This is good at least for Majesty. I've seen them have some really good defenses, so I mean it's going to be Punk Passion. Well, they're spinning a little bit.
Yeah, that's just the classic
synergy.
Rhine helicopter.
Yeah, there's synergy going on. They're getting ready. They're having that energy that they need. They're going to be rated in a few seconds, but yeah, Spark Expansion defending first. Majesty, they know how to play aggressive, but we didn't really see in their last map. This is the best opportunity for them to do it. Ryan Diva, meta composition coming through in front of the team. Now it's a matter of how are they going to push in here.
Yeah, we're seeing both these teams are mirroring here, and it looks like with the lamp coming out from Majesty already, they're going to be down that important tool to keep their Rhine alive in these fights. Both walls are going to come out too, and we see the lamp come out from Punk's Passion. So Mac Tackle, he's in front of the wall, and he dies for it. There's no lamp to save him, and Punk's Passion is going to be able to clean up this first fight.
And they're also going to be getting those ultimates before Majesty does. This is a crucial step for them to hold the next fight. The amplification matrix is ready for both sides, and Majesty might be looking to use it first, pushing all the way, the defense all the way back, and but that
they do wall out Jazzy, but he is able to slip to the side of that. Both the window and lamp used from both teams. So it looks like they're just going to wait those out and then come back in. Jazzy is going to sit up front there. Minikui actually in a solid position up in the back where it's hard for him to get hit. The Shatter comes out but doesn't find anything. That's a big blizzard though from Discount ML7, finding both supports. And with that massive blizzard, they are going to be able to win this fight. Only Storm going down. Even though Bing Bong has to commit the lamp, he's getting a little bit low, but he should be able to survive.
It's the opening the Majesty was waiting for. They knew what ultimate they had to use. That Blizzard being so good, and that Maywall as well at the beginning, even if it didn't get the kill right away, it was essential to distract a little bit of the defense of Punk's Passion. And with that, they can take control of the first point. But the biggest challenge on this map, we all know, is that second point where it's so defensive-sided. And Punk's Passion, they still have a couple ultimates that self-destruct is going to be ready. That Blizzard as well.
Yeah, Majesty really has to get aggressive and throw in these ultimates early to try and get this fight win. They do that with the window, but the bomb comes out. The team is shielded up with both the lamp and the Rhine shield, and now they're going to have to decide how do they want to approach this fight. They get walled up. Oh, Mac Tackle he's trapped by the wall. He can't be healed up by his supports, and that's going to be the death sentence for him as Punk's Passion takes this first fight win.
Luckily for Majesty, they knew that it was going to be a hard defense to pass through, and they didn't invest a lot of ultimates. They did invest in amplification, but it's an ultimate that you can get past. For Punk's Passion, it was also a really good job at not over-investing those abilities, so they have still the positioning to keep defending, and it's going to be tough. 4 minutes is quite a lot for Majesty, but Punk's Passion, they just have to keep rotating those ultimates, ideally maybe using that Blizzard first.
Yeah, if they can throw out a blizzard and have it not get eaten. Oh, they're actually throwing up the bomb onto the high ground coming down from main. The blizzard comes out from Punk's Passion first, so they actually managed to get the support Bing Bong in there. Storm goes down as well, and that should be it, but it's not. Discount ML7, he's sniping from the high ground. He gets 2 really important headshots there. I don't know how much Majesty is going to be able to take on the point, though. They don't have their all-important Baptiste support there, and we can see that in Mac Tackle going down very quickly. Jazzy is back on the ball, just slamming down and cleaning up this fight. So Majesty doesn't even manage to get a tick.
That is very unfortunate for Majesty. They don't get that 33% that they wanted, and now they lost the ultimates that they invested. Punk's Passion, they were able to come back. That's an advantage as well. And what?
Oh, this is such a rough stagger. Oh man, that's brutal to look
they
at.
Still have time though, so it's okay. Maybe they just win fight. Yeah, that's
true. They just win the fight in the stagger. It's okay. But we see Punk's Passion is up on the high ground. They're taking this position, but they only have the Diva Bomb now. Whereas Majesty is going to have a couple more ultimates. The Diva Bomb doesn't kill anybody, but Mac Tackle goes down. Another fantastic wall from Aquarius. Storm commits his ult as well. He commits the High Noon, but he dies for it. And
this is very risky from the start of Majesty. I mean, they are
get
getting
2 ticks out.
Okay, it's kind of working. Finals Punk Expansion realizes they have to drop off the high ground if they want to keep holding the point.
Majesty isn't going to be able to finish this up, but honestly, I'd say that was pretty worth it. They get 2 ticks out of that, and they get 93% towards finishing the point completely. So they just need another solid early fight like that, and they'll be able to take this point.
Realistically, they only have one more fight that they can make it, if they make it complete, and it's going to be tough for them, but they do have the ultimates that they didn't use right at the beginning. They have a Blizzard early on if they want to throw it right into the high ground, denying that space from Punk Expansion, but Punk Expansion now they also build their ultimate economy. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they actually come on the low ground. It's going to mean that Minikui and Wi-Fi are going to be able to sit on the high ground and shoot down at them, but Wi-Fi actually dropped. Oh, that's a big bomb from GT Wannabe, being able to find Wi-Fi there. Minikui goes down as well, but the beat is a little bit late. Only 4 members of Majesty still alive, and Butters is going to commit the counter beat, really keep that team alive, keep the beat lasting longer, and Wi-Fi actually comes back on the Bastion, just a little cheeky Bastion play there to keep them off the point, and it's just 1 fight territory for Majesty now. They're only going to have 1 left.
Yeah, this Stagger is going to delay that push a little bit more, so it's going to go to overtime if Majesty is looking forward to take that last tick. Punk Expansion, they still have the Blizzard to work with, and now Majesty, I think, at least for Punk Expansion, they're expecting them to come from the low ground once again, so they're playing this very carefully.
Yeah, so, ooh, that's a night ball from Aquarius to find discount ML7. Magic Tackle is actually going to go down as well from Azzy Jazzy. Just a menace on this Reinhardt, denying anyone from Majesty from being able to walk in. The Blizzard on point is going to secure it. Bing Bong tries to touch, but isn't able to. And that's Punk X Passion denying the full cap on the second point from Majesty. Now Punk X Passion only has to get it to 94%. So they basically just have to full cap second. But if they do, then they will win this map and win this series 2-0.
This is going really well for the setup Punk Expansion. Majesty, I'm a little bit concerned for them because they had the initiation tools, but they didn't have the proper initiation. And we saw this happen over and over again. Mac Taco was getting taken down first from his team twice, and that was detrimental for any sort of effective push that Majesty wanted to have. For the setup Punk Expansion, the only time where they lost that fight in second was when they didn't have the ultimate economy to keep them alive. Then right after actually they recovered, and Majesty could not really come in. They tried another strategy. They tried coming from the low ground, but it was just that communication and those mails as well. This is something that goes. It was a really good wall from the side of Aquarius, but also something that you should be communicating if you are on the side of Majesty. You have to maybe count down so everyone is jumping together, everyone is getting to the point at the same time, and those sort of isolation walls do not happen.
Yeah, and they're going to be playing the same comp on defense, but Punk X Passion is actually going to be coming out here with the Symmetra, so they're going to be TPing to point, trying to take advantage of the chaos of fighting on point, but it doesn't matter. Mac Tackle, he knows, and he's swinging away. Ooh, Azzy Jazzy, though, actually manages to charge 2 off the map. I don't know if it's going to matter unless no, it's not going to matter with the stagger, I don't think. The stagger is just a little bit too rough. It's gonna create time for Majesty to get their players back here, get Mac Tackle back into the fight.
And I think, I think what McTackle's trying to do is that he's trying to play aggressive, but his team is not really trying to do that playstyle, so you have to figure out exactly how you want to run it. If you want to play more defensively and protect your Reinhardt or not. And as I say that, Reinhardt going really low.
The walls come out. Mac Tackle commits the shatter, but doesn't actually find anything. Azzy Jazzy isn't going to find anyone with his shatter either, so Majesty is going to back up to point here. Minikui finding the kill on a discount, but the wall splits the point here on Punk's Passion. But Mac Tackle is able to survive through it, so now, oh, the freeze. He's frozen up, unable to do anything, and the window damage is enough to take him down. Wi-Fi just shooting there, the gunslinger in the back line, shooting through that big window from Minikui. And that's enough to win them this first point. Now Majesty are going to have to hold for about 5 minutes here. It's gonna be a little bit rough for them. But you know what? I think if they can play like Punk's Passion were doing on the defense, then they'll definitely be able to hold.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the communication coming through. Like he said, they have to play aggressive right at the beginning. They have to invest those ultimate spurs. The Maywolf right at the beginning, isolating a little bit of the players, and the high noon as well coming through. It's just Majesty trying to stay alive, but it doesn't really happen. They lose their Lucio.
Oh, they have to commit the Blizzard, but Butters is there with the beat to counteract that Blizzard. And Mac Tackle has to commit the Shatter as well. They are able to get something done here, though. But wait, Punk's Passion, they already have a tick? Oh no, the team was way too split there. Wi-Fi is just able to kill them one by one because there's nothing there to stop them. And what looked like a good fight for Majesty might... Now, Punk's Passion still is able to be killed out there. That was very, very close. Majesty almost lost it there.
33% ghost race out of Punk's Passion. This is really good for a single fight that they did on the second point. Now, Majesty is looking forward to hold the defense, but it's not going to be easy. They can't let it go a single time. They can't get taken down early on. This is one of their mistakes that has happened over and over again. If we can see the Diva from Majesty eating the Blizzard, that would put the team in an ideal situation to have the momentum and play more aggressive, but I don't know how likely it is.
Yeah, we see Punk's Passion is going to throw up the wall. Azzy Jazzy shatters, but doesn't find anything, and the window is going to be committed from Minikui, but it doesn't matter. They are going to be trading up kills here, which is good for Majesty. They just have to... They have the respawn advantage, they're going to have the high ground here, and it's just Chasey and Butters. We're going to see if Majesty is going to be able to stagger Chasey the way that GT Wannabe was staggered, and it looks like they might. He is being bullied here. Oh no, the charge misses, and Chasey is able to die probably earlier than Majesty wanted, but...
Yeah. I mean, it's still good for the side of the defense. Majesty, they can initiate identification matrix as well. This is something that the Baptiste from Punk's Passion doesn't really have. So that's where you start seeing the differences. That's where you can start finding the keys to win every single fight and to consume as much time as possible, because Punk's Passion, they still have a lot of time.
Yeah, you see, interestingly, Storm is on that Tracer, which is something he's really good at. They're going to go in early with the Blizzard, and Storm is going to be there to deny Chasey that cap percentage. Oh, it's just a massacre. GT Wannabe and Mac Tackle just making mincemeat out of Punk's Passion off the back of that massive Blizzard from Discount.
I absolutely love seeing this from Majesty. They now are looking stronger, and I was talking about how sometimes they have some really strong defenses. Now, finally, I'm able to see it. I was questioning it a lot on that last map, and out of where they were losing every single fight right at the first point. But now, they look so much better. They're also getting benefited a lot by this map and how strong it is for the defense. But Majesty, they have to keep playing strong. They are doing well, but now, still a lot of time to go, about 2 or 3 fights.
They go early, and the Punk's Passion does commit the wall, is able to split him up, but it doesn't matter because Majesty was just in there as soon as Punk's Passion rotated. Storm finding Butters with the pulse bomb, but oh, Bing Bong is down too. Suddenly Majesty is on the back foot. They have to commit the bomb to stop the aggression here from Punk's Passion. But Chasey is going to commit the bomb as well. Discount ML7 actually manages to kill him before he's able to remac, and that's a big kill because it enables the rest of the team to just go in without that Diva protecting them. Punk's Passion just falls apart to Storm on that Tracer. He's doing fantastic work here. Really Storm and Discount ML7 are taking advantage of all the space that's being created here.
Perfect ultimate rotation from Majesty as well. They lose a tank ultimate with Punky's Passion. They don't have theirs either. So Punky's Passion, the time is running out. There's going to be one more fight, and they're going to be pushing from the low ground.
They wall up the high ground and push in from the low ground, but they're all, look at them, they're all caught by that Blizzard there. The Blizzard catches 3. The counter Blizzard is not in time. It looks like it's gonna be a fight win for Majesty here, maybe. They do have the respawn advantage, but they need to stall out here. Oh no.
Oh no,
Majesty
no.
wasn't able to kill up enough of Punk's Passion. It's just gonna be a brawl here. The coming in from Pirate Spy is huge. It's gonna enable MacTac to live just a little bit longer. Azzy Jazzy and Butter's going down. Is it gonna be enough? This is the last fight territory here. The respawns are coming in from Majesty. Discount ML7 on that Bastion. He's doing it. Oh, Punk's Passion. Oh my god, they did it. I
respect the Bastion at the end. You know what?
Absolutely.
Majesty, they make the comeback, and they do make it an even series, like we were expecting. This is a 1-1, and you know, it just a matter of seconds. I think every time that I've seen it, or most of the time, I'm gonna say 80% of the times where I've seen that the defense with the Bastion at the end, a little bit of a desperate pick, works every time, because the attackers, they don't have the spawn advantage. They're not prepared for that situation, and with that, Majesty has still a chance to take the victory here.
Yeah, Majesty just looked really strong at the end there. On that second point defense, they looked like they leveled up their play a lot. They were really strong with their ultimate rotation. They were getting really aggressive. They were going in off the back of the big ultimates and using their walls effectively. And their switch of Storm from McCree to Tracer, I think, really helped them. He seemed a lot more comfortable on the hero, and really Punk's Passion wasn't sure of how to handle it, so he was able to kind of freely roam around and do a lot of work, thanks to Mac Tackle and GT Wannabe making so much space for the team. Really just some fantastic play coming out from Majesty there.
That's the tanks of Majesty that we're used to seeing. The tanks that initiate every single fight, that create the space for the team, and they do it again. It looked very risky, but it seems like they were calm in that situation. They knew that they had to play smart. They couldn't invest a bunch of ultimates at the same time, or that was going to be detrimental for them to try to take their victory. They make it happen, but now, are they gonna be able to do it again?
That is the question here. We saw they looked really strong on Rush, so now what is Punk's Passion going to pick for their map? We could see Busan, which historically hasn't really favored Rush compositions, but if it's something like Lijiang or even Nepal, then Majesty might have a fighting chance, and it does look like Punk's Passion chose Lijiang, so we're going to see more brawl coming up from both of these teams, which I think is going to favor Majesty here if they can continue to play like they did on that second point on Hanamura.
In control maps are very risky, just because, especially in Lijiang, in every single stock map that we have, you can pretty much play a different composition. You can see a lot of the brawl coming through. Okay, wait.
Oh, look at that cute little.
It's so cute. Mel is so
Thank you, Mel. They're such a fantastic artist. Oh,
I love it.
Look at us. We look so cute there. So thank you, Mel, for that fantastic art. We really appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
And now we are on Lijiang here. Looks like our first map is going to be, which one is this one? This is the one with the tower. This is Garden, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm just making sure I remember.
Just making sure. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so Garden, this one you can definitely play like Farah on, which you can play like a ball Farah, which Majesty did play earlier, so maybe they'll go back to that, or maybe they'll just stick with Rush. We'll see.
Yeah, I think for Majesty, they're probably going to be committing. I'm gonna make the prediction that they're going to run the dive style coming through, especially in this map. And Gardens is so good, the Wrecking Ball, and potentially the Diva as well. For this map as well, I think that the biggest highlight is that whoever is able to take control of the point first is going to be having the best opportunity to hold it till the end. It's a map that is really hard to recontest. And because of that, I think Majesty, if they play fast, they might be taking the advantage. But for Punk Expansion, if they get those picks when, they seem like it shouldn't be happening, but they happen out of nowhere. We see like a Tracer getting a kill or even the McCree. If they manage to get that opening pick, then they can also take the point. It's going to be very even, but I love seeing that they can play different compositions.
I agree with that for sure. I think towards the end of Dorado, Punk Expansion really improved their play just in that map itself. Really knew how to shut down what Majesty was doing. So I think if they can just remember that, if they can think back to Dorado, then they can make a difference here. And they can just go aggressive, get those kills on the isolated backline. Majesty is going to have to watch out for that. GT Wannabe is going to have to do a lot of work here on the off tank. Going to have to protect not only the ball but the squishy backliners. Really keep them safe from these dives from Punk Expansion.
It's actually, it goes for both teams, right? It's just we've seen some very, very good highlights from the tanks, from the Wrecking Balls getting the kills and being disruptive in the backline. And it puts a lot of pressure into the supports to stay alive. That's why I usually feel a little bit more confident when I see the supports being maybe Baptiste and Lucio. You have that mortality. You also have the Lucio speed to try to run away, protect yourself. But when we see more of that Zenyatta, that's when the situation gets a little bit risky. Even for when we see a Brig, you can feel that rally. The rally is going to be strong, but the minute that the Tracer lands a pulse bomb, that's the minute that you cannot do anything. It's going to deny any sort of positioning, and peeling for the supports is going to be hard. So I'm glad to see that potentially for the side of Punk Expansion, they will be running at least that Lucio for the speed.
Yeah, so Punk Expansion is going to be playing Rush, whereas Majesty is on this spam kind of ball dive comp, which is going to be an interesting matchup just to watch. Storm's going to be rolling out on that Tracer, and I think the Far From Discount ML7 is going to do a lot of work just pressuring Punk Expansion, making Chasey sort of have to choose between protecting the Rhine or protecting the backline.
Yeah.
And we're going to see if he can carry his team to a victory here off of some good fire kill against the Rush comp of Punk Expansion.
Slowly, Punk Expansion does take the point at the beginning, and I was saying that this is the most important thing on this map in Gardens, and now they take advantage. The Immortality as well, keeping the team alive, but the fight is not over. Majesty is trying to take it back, and Macpac are getting the pick into butters. This might be essential for them to get that recontest.
Yeah, even if though Mac Tackle goes down here, he's made enough space for Discount ML7 to go in, and since Butters is already dead, there's no healing on the side of Punk Expansion. They're just going to be spammed out by the rest of Team Majesty, and some easy cleanup kills coming in the end here. Chasey doing his best to stall, but Majesty manages to get the cap in the end.
Yeah, they get the capture at the end, and only 30%, that's all the Punk Expansion is going to get. Majesty now looking forward to play more aggressive with that barrage, but it's going to be hard. It's going to be a lot of communication, making sure that the fire doesn't get taken down the minute that the enemy team hits our ultimate. As I say, that Storm getting taken down, those are the opening picks that have always benefited Punk Expansion. Now they have a chance.
Yeah, Majesty just seems to get one or two players picked out of nowhere, and we see Mac Tackle actually gets killed by Rain again. Rain doing a lot of work to get his team into the point, but gets stuck by the Pulse Bomb of Storm, already back on that Tracer. And Discount actually, just barely dies at the end there. Chasey coming in with a big kill and then a bigger Diva Bomb.
Oh,
Man,
back
Chasey doing,
it's okay.
Chasey doing so much work, but Mac Tackle isn't able to stall out completely here, so Punk X Passion is going to get this point flip.
Yeah, Mac Tackle just trying to spin, delaying that point that would be taken by Punk X Passion, but there's only so much that he can do. He's going to jump in back into this fight with a minefield. That is going to be really good along with the self-destruct. They're going to create the space necessary, and there you go. There's a minefield and a little bit of protection coming through from Punk X Passion. No kills yet.
Mac Tackle getting dangerously low, but does get healed up, finds a Mega Pack, gets some healing from the team, and now is going to come back in after dropping the minefield. Oh, the wall's on the wrong side, so the lamp has to be committed, and it's not there to save Aquarius. But Rain with a nice big shatter, Bing Bong and Mac Tackle being taken down off the back of it. Pirates fight dangerously low, he falls as well, and now it's just going to be cleanup time for Punk X Passion. Even without that May, they are able to get those big kills off the back of Rain's massive shatter, finding both the off tank and that Zenyatta from Majesty.
Last fight territory. This is going to be for Punk X Passion. With the ultimate economy, they have everything to take the victory. Mac Tackle, what happened? What did he miss?
Oh, no. It looks like he missed a rollout or something. And that's so unfortunate because now Punk X Passion is committing many ultimates. The bomb goes into the pit, but it doesn't matter. Wi-Fi's there. He's going to carry the day here. Off the back of those kills, they are able to commit the May Blizzard, and Rain is just swinging up, and they get that point cap.
I'm still confused about Mac Tackle getting taken down before the fight. I don't know. This is very unfortunate for Majesty, but at least if I would say that there's a map in League that is going to benefit them, this would definitely be the one. Mac Tackle, besides having a good Wrecking Ball, he also has a really good Reinhardt when he's able to play aggressive. So if Majesty wants to take it back, if they want to take this map and this match as well, they have to play aggressive. They have to play to the speed of the tanks. Is definitely the one person that you have to rely on this type of match and this type of composition for Punk X Passion. They just need one more, so I'd be having that momentum going for them.
Yeah, they're going to run in. They're actually not going to take White Room here. They're just going to run straight to point, give up that high ground to Punk X Passion. So they're going to play in the corner here, interestingly enough. But, that Junkrat mine just comes in, finds Storm, and he is taken down. That is going to be a fight win for Punk X Passion. Just off the back of that kill, Majesty is going to back up, wait for their Symmetra to come back, and try and take an early fight.
And just like that, Punk X Passion once again taking point first. This is going to be essential for them. But Majesty, once again, just like last time, the fight is not over yet. They're looking to play more aggressive with Reinhardt on the front line. But Discount MO7 getting taken down. And just like that, supports everyone else. This is going to be a reset for Majesty.
Rain is swinging away with no Junkrat from Majesty. It just means that Rain can swing in there fearlessly. Doesn't have to worry about those mines coming in to kill him, and he can just be aggressive, which is what Punk X Passion needs.
They're going to be having another attack, but they need those ultimates to push in, especially because that amplification matrix is going to delay a little bit of that push coming from Majesty, especially as well because they have the tire coming through Majesty. They're just playing Punk X Passion's game right now.
Oh, they throw their own window out. The tire is coming out from Wi-Fi. It's a huge tire. Oh my god, it just wins the fight all on its own. That early kill from Majesty on Terrain doesn't matter because Wi-Fi is there. He's on the Junkrat. He's just winning fights.
For Majesty, it has to be a little bit overwhelming to see your team getting taken down over and over again. You might be having one more chance here because already passing the 70%, Punk X Passion is looking forward to winning. You're going to initiate ideally with a barrier coming through. Not a lot of opportunities with Majesty here.
they're going to get aggressive with the tire of their own. The tire doesn't find anything, though. Discount ML7 is going to go down when both those shields are coming in crisscrossed here. The beat from Noir gets almost all the team, and they're going to go aggressive with it. Punk X Passion going in to try and get those kills. Bing Bong dead. Mac Tackle doing the best he can, swinging out on this point, and actually making so much work for them. He just got so aggressive, got in there, knew that without that healer they couldn't win a sustained fight, and just wins that fight all on his own. Just swinging in with the help of the DPS players, is just got aggressive, and it worked for him.
Yeah, that's what we were waiting for, but now they have a little pressure. They cannot lose a point a single time, because then Punk X Passion is going to take the victory. They have to fight with everything they have, and Max Tackle was able to pop off a little bit, but they have to do it again.
They're going to commit both the wall and the bomb. Oh, that's a big charge from Rain to deny that shield coming in. GT Wannabe gets Rain off the bomb, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It's just Storm on the point here. It's 99%. Is anybody going to be able to touch from Majesty is the question. Tired Spy coming in on that Lucio. Mac Tackle on the ball. They are going to cog on this point. They're going to stall it out. The lamp is committed from Bing Bong. He's almost has the window. That window is probably going to make a big difference here. But Pirate Spy goes down, but not before getting the kill onto Butters. So that means that Punk X Passion, without their main tank or their main source of healing, is not going to be able to get much done.
Storm? They're doing. Majesty is making the comeback, but okay, 2 more kills. Mac Tackle, Storm getting taken down, and this is getting really intense. There's only a few members from each team tries to stay on the point, trying to stay alive. The mortality also coming through from Punk X Passion. Not something they're going to be having as the longer the fight goes. It doesn't matter.
Nobody touches. Oh no, Punk X Passion. They're able to do it in a 3-map series. They take it 2-1 over Majesty, making the comeback after they got defeated by Majesty in the group stage. They are able to do it. They win this 2-1, and they're going to be moving on in the lower bracket.
I'm very surprised to see Majesty. I think for this last map especially, they were never able to get their momentum that they wanted, and Punk X Passion, it was just getting the kills. We saw the tire, we saw the self-destruct as well that gave them back the point for Punk X Passion, and it was some really good communication going on from this team.
Yeah, they played together so well. They got aggressive when they needed to, especially we saw so many combinations, so there was really good communication there from Punk X Passion. They made their tires work. They got aggressive off of those. They used the bomb charges. Really just they played so well. Even playing rush against that ball spam comp into the Pharah, they made it work, and they deserved that victory there. Well done to them.
Yeah, it was a really well-deserved victory for Punk X Passion. We were even hesitant at the beginning. We were saying that Majesty was very aggressive. They had the better tanks. But now they definitely, for Punk X Passion, they proved us wrong. And this is one of my favorite things to see as well, because they were playing more aggressive. That's what they needed to do. It was maybe a little bit of a RBB going on. Maybe it was just knowing Majesty was going to play, they knew exactly how to counter it, and Majesty just looked a little bit lost.
Yeah, absolutely. Majesty is going to be our first team to be knocked out from this playoffs bracket stage, and I think a lot of people had them as the dark horse to come through this lower bracket, and Punk X Passion, even though Punk X Passion was the higher seed here, people really thought that Majesty was going to be able to come through. But well played to them. They looked really strong against Resurge, and even in this map here against Punk X Passion, they looked really good. And just round of applause to them for doing so well. And GG's to Punk X Passion and to Majesty. But now we actually have some interviews. We're going to throw it over to Bo and he's going to be able to interview our winners, Punk X Passion.
Thank you, Freya and Dryad. I am here with Butters, Wi-Fi, and Azzy Jazzy. I, of course, am Bo. Now, the first question I have after that really tense and close match, what are you guys doing to establish control in these games, especially in these high intensity situations?
I think like it's mostly the calling, especially from Chasey. Like he's just so good at helping us keep on target, making sure we're killing the right people and stuff like that. Yeah
Honestly, like we were in scrims this week having Chasey on DPS because we thought that we weren't gonna have Wi-Fi, and as a DPS player, you just like can't fulfill that same calling role as like a person on tank normally does. So having Chasey on tank is definitely the best like scenario for us, because he's just able to get those calls out really strong.
That's really convenient. That's really convenient because you already answered. Can I answer one of my next question? And that was, what do you guys, who is in there really keeping the morale up, and who is like making these decisions as the game goes on? You mentioned Chasey. Is that a big part of your of PXP strategy?
Yeah. I mean, credits to our coach too. RB's given his 2 cents everywhere, and it's really also helping us out. Wi-Fi been saying some good stuff. We just all around kept up our team morale too. Just like, if we lost today, we went out doing our best. We tried as hard as we could, and just even the fact of knowing that would have given us satisfaction today.
All right. Let's go back a few months. At the beginning of the season, you guys were seen as an absolute bottom team, but now here you are in the finals. You guys are moving on the losers. What was that shift in mentality to make it this far?
I think it was just us all coming together. Like we got synergy. We started to understand how each other play, and I think just scrimming with each other, just that by itself helped us go so far.
Yeah, we're pretty chill around each other now that we've become more comfortable around each other. Like, get to crack jokes all the time and stuff, and just all around like really helps out the team.
All right, and my final question: you guys are moving on in this losers bracket. Who would you like to see in losers bracket?
Sarasota.
Oh.
That's your ideal pick?
Who is?
What are you trying to say here?
I just want to play Signet, to be honest.
I think better. Yeah, he just wants to play Signet.
All right, well, thank you so much, Butters, Wi-Fi, and Azzy Jazzy for joining me. Congratulations on this match.
Is it possible I can say one more thing?
Go on then.
Yeah, so if you didn't notice, my backdrop is a bit different, and that's because yesterday we drove to Florida for spring break, and I played this match on a laptop at 100 FPS and 80 ms. So that's why we said before that we thought I wouldn't be able to make it. We had Chasey on DPS, but I was like, hey guys, what if I brought my laptop, like big brain, and so I'm able to play.
Overcoming adversity. That seems like the story from Punk X Passion throughout the season, but that is going to be it from us. We're going to throw it back to desk here.
Welcome back. We're here with some of the members of Majesty. So first off, I want to say you guys played a really fantastic season, and it is kind of a shame to see you guys go out so soon. But GG's to you. I think you played really well in these playoff games, and you brought it close both times. So what was what was your team synergy like? I know some of you guys had to off-roll there in this last match. Is that something that you had some practice with before?
Yeah, today it was a little scuffed, right? But we actually used to practice on this most of the time. Before we had Storm in, Discount was our DPS in most of our streams, and Bing Bong was on support. So we had some experience on this, but more in our ball dive comps. We hadn't practiced with these roles on the rush that we were playing a lot of today.
Yeah, and also I got that synergy with Yamcha. You know, I was the person that tried to get him drafted, me and him together. Unfortunate that he didn't show up today, but you know, GG's.
It happens sometimes, you know. It's a little bit unfortunate, but you guys, like Freya said, you guys had a really good season, and I think one of the things to say is that one of the things that I want to ask is how have you guys adapted through different compositions? Because yeah, okay, today was kind of a very different scenario, but a lot of people always talk about, you know, Mac Taco Ball and a lot of the value you're able to get. So how do you really determine what is going to be the best? Is it more of you playing to your strengths, or is it more of you always trying to counter maybe the enemy team?
I think a lot of it mostly is our scouting of the enemy team. We try to see what players are the best ones on their team that we need to shut down. We see what comps they like to play. And we also think about the maps that we're playing on. And that's how we try to practice our comps. So we have sometimes we have special plays for certain comps. Like you saw last weekend on King's Row, we had a special Sim TP Bastion spot that kind of worked out. Yeah, but most of the time we think this is a good team to play rush against, or we think this is a good team to play ball dive against.
Yeah, we make a lot of mid-map changes, especially during research. We just decided to match the ball diva, and that's kind of how we play.
So how did you guys mental reset after map 1 and come in to Hanamura and just play really well, especially on defense? Was there anything you guys did differently or sort of figured out between maps?
For me, I just don't use my brain. I don't actually need a reset because my brain's never on in the first place. So I don't have any special process to get back in the game after a loss. I just keep playing.
Okay. That's one strategy.
I think we also had a lot of confidence just on Hanamura because that is the map we took off research yesterday. So I think even though we had a different roster, we still know the general plan and we can fit people in to the spots, even if they haven't played that before. We all know the basic idea of the comps we play.
I mean, okay, and I want to ask something that it goes, you know, it's a question that each one of you would answer. Maybe would have a different answer, but if you could fix something, maybe, you know, maybe if it's, oh, I would have changed the composition or played more aggressive or something like that. What do you think would be what your team was lacking a little bit, unfortunately?
I'd say mostly, honestly, it was availability. We'd maybe get maximum 2 scrims a week, and we've had a lot of scuff things going on. So.
Yeah.
We had a lot of scheduling conflicts since the beginning of the season, where a lot of the time we had a bunch of people off-rolling, or 2 or 3 players not showing. It was pretty rough getting good practice a lot of days.
Yeah, I feel like the story of Majesty, the whole season was just wait till they have all their players. And we finally got to show that last week, when we went undefeated in the group stage, you know, and we took it to research yesterday too, with our full power. So I think, yeah, if we just could have harnessed that more, then maybe it looks different.
We need every Power Ranger.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, thank you guys so much. You played really well, and I think you guys did a fantastic job both yesterday and today. GG's to you. It just wasn't enough, unfortunately, today. And just a round of applause to you guys.
For sure.
And I hope that you all come back for whatever comes next for BPL.
Yeah, definitely.
You know,
you guys are really good players as well. And I think, you know, when you said Majesty, I thought it was right at the beginning when I saw who was going to be playing. I I know Mac Tackle, so I was gonna support the team, and you guys made it pretty far regardless. And I think the point of BPL more than anything, and I see it from my own perspective as a caster, but how it should always be for the players as well, is that you guys are having fun, and this is something that is for the community, for people that like playing Overwatch. And I think the system where you get to meet a lot of people as well is really cool. So at the end, whether you take the victory or not, I think you guys get away with that, and just wait to see what happens in the future as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure having you guys compete.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you in future events, I'm sure. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Just want to say we just got hosted by Linkser for 1,600 viewers. So,
Yo.
Hello. Hi.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Hi. Enjoy. You've unfortunately joined us at the time where we've just said goodbye to our first team of the weekend.
Oh no.
We're in the lower bracket here. I'll switch over to here. You see, we just had Majesty, PXP, and Majesty have just been eliminated. We've just got the win call now, unfortunately. So, but we have a bunch of more matches still to come. We have some brilliant matches just after this break, so don't go anywhere. We've got Drip Difference versus Hog and Ball coming up next. I'm sure you'll love the name. Once again, thank you so much to Majesty for popping in and talking to us a bit today. And obviously, it's going to be a little bit painful. And of course, Friend Riot, I mean, look at the casters we have today. Beautiful. You've come at the perfect time. So yeah, don't go anywhere. We will have some more games. We have 3 more games still to go. We have elimination matches all day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
From a different star, flying over streets and the broken hearts. But they can't even touch us, we found a different beat. Paradise is waiting and we bought the lead. Ooh, getting caught in the mist, there's so many that never get out of. They're feeding the fears and the doubts. Ooh, but we go and we run to the end and we run without shame. We own the game. And we ride on the flames till the morning.
Wi-Fi getting so many picks. Maybe I get Paul with Wi-Fi. Riptide with the bomb, looking to catch something. Maybe. Oh my God! What a high damage on this wall. It's actually a big wall.
Oh, Jack with a huge girthy shatter. Oh, what a chat. Hey, one Team MTD member to another. Good show. Good. Yeah.
We're from a different time, yeah. We're of a different breed. What we got is timeless, we supersede. And we hold in the key, yeah, we're tight as can be. We're rolling, just like we please. Ooh, getting caught in the mist, there's so many that never get out of. We're feeding the fears and the doubts. Ooh, but we go and we run to the end and we run without shame. We own the game, and we ride on the flames till the morning light. Baby, cause we're dynamite. Ain't nobody gonna hold us down. Break all the rules, let them run and hide. Baby, cause we're dynamite. Gonna let the world know.
The window comes out by Mazzino. Not by you yet. Helping out. Oh my word, though, but the year with the duplicate off the line and the shatter to go with it.
There's S's there to keep the team alive. Oh, the bombs. Oh my God, that's different sort of thing. And oh, the shatter significant all six on the floor. The shatter's gonna come from Fuga, but it will not get anywhere near the amount of value. This is gonna be a huge frog, possibly. Another one for Butters. It's a big one.
everybody, and welcome to our second game of the evening. I'm MFG, joined by the wonderful Drayton to bring you the cast of Hog and Ball Dynasty versus Drip Difference.
Yep, we got a good game today. This is the playoffs, second match of the day. We've had a couple days of playoffs already. This is going to be the sending another team home to with this matchup today. It's either going to be Drip Difference or Hog and Ball Dynasty. Drip Difference coming into this as the 5 seed against the 9 seed Hog and Ball Dynasty. And these teams have a lot of talent on them. They've got a lot going for them. So each team is going to be trying to not end their season today.
Yep. Like you said, this is going to be the lower bracket knockout. So whoever loses this match is going to be out of the BPL playoffs. And our first map we're going to go into is going to be none other than Dorado. And for Hog and Ball Dynasty, our starting lineup is going to be Dustier, Garito, Pandamon, Amir, Mango, and Abyss.
Yeah, and for Drip Difference, we have Guac, Rise, Synex, Sage, Grunt, Fuddick, and Obscure. I've actually played against Synex before in a tournament. It was a GOATS tournament held by held a while ago, and his team completely destroyed ours, which was kind of what we expected. But these teams are very good, clearly better than myself. So, gonna be trying to see which one of these teams comes out on top today.
Yeah, it looks like each team is going to be rocking their individual style. We see some similarities, i.e. the diva on both teams, but we also see a lot of key differences, most notably on that support line.
Yeah, the difference in this rush composition that Drip Difference is running, they're kind of running the standard rush. Hog and Ball Dynasty are running a very damage-heavy lineup. They have this Wrecking Ball, but they also have the Mercy and the Zen to try and deal as much damage as possible.
And great game, everybody.
Immediately pausing, yep.
Oh, okay, never mind. Wait. There may or may not be a pause, but in the meantime, what do you think that these different compositions say about each team? Like, do you think that one composition is favored over the other on Dorado, or do you think that it all depends on how each team can play?
I think it's going to depend. Rush has been the stable meta. There's been contenders going on, and that's pretty much been what a lot of teams have been running. But Hog and Ball Dynasty, they have ball in their name. They're going to run it. So it's probably their more preferred lineup. This was meta a couple patches ago. So definitely still good. Wrecking Ball can still have a lot of value. The Diva is just so powerful right now. It will eat up so much damage. And I think it's be up to Rise to really eliminate a lot of the damage coming in. Amir, Panda, both going to be having the damage boost from Mango and Abyss. So it's going to be up to, can Rise eat all that damage so that Guac can keep his shield up for a long amount of time? And is Hog and Ball Dynasty going to be able to get past these compositional differences, because Drip Difference has on paper the better composition, but it's gonna be up to really the execution here.
Yeah, I agree on the fact that Drip Difference's composition looks a little bit more well-rounded, because if y'all know me, I always say like I have a little discrepancy with like the Mercy Zen whenever I see it on support, but I think that Hog and Ball Dynasty knows what they're doing. They've gotten this far. They have completed some upsets, so I didn't think that would happen. So I am confident that this is going to be a pretty good match. I don't think it's going to be too terribly one-sided.
Yeah, I think that Drip Difference on paper is the better team, but we've seen Hog and Ball Dynasty pull up upsets. I know I was here for the cast where Hog and Ball Dynasty were able to upset the clients. I think in the mid-season tournament, that was definitely out of nowhere. Hog and Ball Dynasty have definitely been on the upswing since then, since being able to take down the clients. And Drip Difference had a very close matchup against the clients. I also cast that one as well. And both of these teams have a lot going for them, but I think it's gonna be up to which team is really able to capitalize on this. It's gonna be interesting to see if we see any switches. Hog and Ball Dynasty still have the chance to mirror if this first defense doesn't go their way. It does seem like Drip Difference is gonna be the reason why we're paused. They're having some connection issues, so once we get that sorted out, we'll be back.
Yep.
Into the match, but keep on talking in the meantime.
Well, this is actually a great opportunity for, I think everyone knows what's coming if you watch an MFG cast. A little bit of a thing I like to call a cake break, where I just basically talk about cake because I work in a store that sells ice cream cakes. And I always talk about the different types because every time we get a promotion, we have a new cake. So I got one for you. Unfortunately, I don't have a picture, but we have this new thing called a manager selection cake, where the manager creates their own kind of cake and they sell it. And this one is picture this, guys. It's like, have you guys seen those cakes where like all around the side it's like Kit Kats, kind of like a log? Like she did that, but with strawberry wafers. So it looks like a castle. It looks good. Drayton, do you have any preference on your cakes? Any flavors you like?
I'm a basic guy. I like to keep it with chocolate. Chocolate chips are always a plus. There was a phase where I was a Boston cream pie person and not as much of a cake person. So, but my mom makes this really great cake for everybody's birthday. It's like this. It has a really good chocolate icing. My family loves chocolate, so it's usually chocolate cake with chocolate chips in it, and it's really good chocolate icing that she makes. And so that's usually my go-to. I'm not very good at making cakes myself, so I haven't been able to replicate any of those myself, but hopefully one day I'll get the recipe.
Well, homemade items are obviously the best thing, and we are still in this pause. It looks like it might end shortly, but for the meantime, we are still stuck in cake land. But yeah, I'm more of like a vanilla person. For me, I like the yellow cake and a good vanilla icing. I guess I could say I'm basic on that too. I used to really like chocolate, but I've kind of drifted from that in my years.
Still on that childish chocolate for me. Everybody loves chocolate when they're a kid, and if you don't, it's kind of weird. But
and it looks like we are back in this match after a very long pause. Nothing's happened yet, but Drip Difference getting steady progress on the card, but Obscure falling first.
Yeah, Obscure out of the fight first, and as Rise gets demech, Drip Difference are gonna have to take a reset here, maybe to switch up some things, maybe switch up their positioning as they attack here. Hagenball Dynasty, this comp works so well on the high ground, especially with the Wrecking Ball and the double hit scan. You can really just lay in a lot of damage from that high ground. And Guac isn't going to be in the best position with his shield to be able to deal with all of these angles. It's going to be up to Rise to kind of cover those angles on the backline, protect the healers. Was unable to do that in the last fight.
Yeah, reset coming in real quickly there for the Drip Difference, and they're going to try to go down mid again, but you see that Hagenball Dynasty does have solid control of the high ground, and it looks like they might have to rotate, as it looks like Drip Difference is like past that little alleyway.
Yeah, Drip Difference getting themselves in a good position here. They've rotated completely around. Now they're closer to the defender side spawn. Hagenball Dynasty are going to have to engage here and take that positioning away from them, or else they're going to have free cart push till the first point. It's going to be the stun coming out to prevent Dust Eater from really getting any sort of value with that pile drive. Still going to be the cart being pushed by Drip Difference. Some big moves are going to have to come out. It's going to be the window coming out early. The bomb comes in. That could be able to find some people there. Is able to find Sage, and that's a big opening pick. Obscure is also going to fall off the back of that with the help of the pile driver. And it's going to be Hagenball Dynasty getting a really good retake here with only 2.7 meters to go for Drip Difference.
Each team invested stuff in that fight, but it looks like Drip Difference is going to come out on top with the better ult economy, because you see Hagenball Dynasty has 3 ultimates, whereas Drip Difference is almost going to have 5. And I was thinking to myself, like, Hagenball, don't overcommit. So we'll have to see if they can save themselves from this next push.
Yeah, Drip Difference have pretty much everything, only missing out on the window, which Obscure used to start off that fight. It's going to be up to Garrido to really get back into that mech and be able to take care of the Blizzard. But it's going to be a lot of ults coming out early. It's going to be 3 coming out from Drip Difference, so that's going to give them the 2-man advantage early on. But Grunt has fallen as well. Now each team found their main support. It's going to be up to Obscure and Abyss to keep things going for their teams. It's going to be the cleanup from Drip Difference, and they're going to be able to take this point, staggering out Garrido here.
These staggers, especially on the Divas, have been very, very noteworthy so far this evening, just because of how it's so easy to do it and it disrupts the whole team. Because like you mentioned in the beginning, Diva is so powerful for this composition. And now both teams are ultless, so this next push could really be anyone's fight if Hagenball Dynasty is successfully able to regroup and advance. And with Pandemon on the Echo, things could shift.
Yeah, now that switch over to the Echo, that's quite an interesting change, but it's just to keep control over this high ground. The Ashe is arguably more effective with the Mercy pocket, but might be wanting to put that resources into the Echo. Can just do so much with all their cooldowns. Let's Mango do a little bit more for the rest of the team. It's going to be Drip Difference. Still getting this cart progress. Hoggenball Dynasty really keeping their composure here and holding this high ground until they absolutely drop. Are going to be throwing. It's going to be Mango throwing in the early ultimate. Obscure also popping out with the window as well. Has built that up very quickly. The Immortality coming out as well just to try and keep people alive. Drip Difference still, no men have fallen so far for either team, but Drip Difference are getting a lot of cart progress as well. Greta's going to drop in the bomb on the high ground. Not going to be able to take anybody out, but it's going to be the Blizzard and the High Noon trying to create some space for Drip Difference. Is going to be able to get Pandemon out of that duplicate. Not going to be able to get any value out of that whatsoever. It's going to be Drip Difference now. They're going to push back a bit. Are going to be dropping in that Shatter. So now it's going to be Dust, the first person to fall in the fight, but Rice is taking out that mech. So now both teams down a really important body here. No tanks left. It's going to be Abyss throwing in that really valuable ultimate with the Transcendence. Is going to give his team some time to really regroup here, but it's not going to be enough as Drip Difference off the back of Cynex and Guac's kills are going to be able to get this fight, presumably, but Abyss is taking down Sage, and now Amir is taking down Obscura, so now it's just going to be down to the Lucio to provide heals for Drip Difference. With this spawn disadvantage, Hoggenball are still really in this. Cynex is popping his second High Noon to the fight here. Sage is almost built up onto their second May ult as well. Is going to be crucial in winning this fight. Diva Bomb coming out from Rise could be giving the man advantage that they need, but Pandemon has fallen. Rise is, or it looks like Drip Difference are going to be able to close out this fight.
That was a very, very, very close fight. Like, it looked so decisive for Drip Difference, and then Hoggenball Dynasty came in, but I think overall Drip Difference had really great responses to Hoggenball's attacks. Like, for example, like when Amir tried to High Noon, Grunt just laid down a beat, or when Dust tried to do a pile drive, like Guac just laid down the Shatter. So that's really what allowed them to move forward. And now it looks like it's going to be a little battle for the high ground here, as Drip Difference is going to try to aggress as much as they can.
Yeah, and Cynex have been doing so much damage. He's building up on nearly the third High Noon of this last couple of fights. It's gonna be the Blizzard going in early, is able to take Garrido out with that. Now both tanks down for Hoggenball. It's gonna be Drip Difference now with the two-man advantage. They're gonna be pushing up cart, trying to make some space. And Hoggenball, they're gonna take advantage of these spawns. It's gonna be Dust and Garrido switching over to the Ryan and the Zarya respectively. So going with more of this rush comp, not gonna be sticking with that Evo, which is kind of interesting as that has been the meta, but Drip Difference are going to be backing up a bit, respecting the tanks coming back from Hoggenball. It's going to be the Fire Strike coming through early. Not able to find anybody. Cynex has built up another ultimate. Guac has as well. He has dropped his early. Cynex on the prowl, looking for somebody with that High Noon. Is able to find Mango, and that's an absolutely massive pick. Start off this fight. It's going to be up to Hoggenball Dynasty to keep it together. Abyss is popping in that window, has switched over to that character relatively recently, but the Guac Fire Strike through the window is going to be enough to take down Dust Eater. Now Guac can pay with that for his life. Obscure able to take him out in return, or Abyss, my bad. It's going to be Pandemon falling as well, and Drip Difference just have the main advantage here. Cynex on a tear has 2 more kills, and he's already built up 63% of his next ultimate. What is this man doing? He's absolutely uncontested, getting in so much damage. It's going to be the rest of Drip Difference, though, are able to be securing the last couple kills of this fight. Now going to be Dust Eater back on that ball. Is going to be taken out with the help of the freeze. The Blizzard comes out from Pandemon, not going to be getting to point, or it was going to be eaten actually by Rise. Cynex dropping in this ultimate, try and zone out, but the Immortality field well placed by Abyss is save Mango for the time being. Abyss is going to fall. Picks are still going. Cynex has fallen, and that's the big damage dealer out of the way. But now it's Sage's turn to drop in the Blizzard, and that's going to be enough, hopefully, to secure this fight, as Pandemon is coming back in on that Tracer, has used the recall, and the very good Ice Wall from Sage is going to be enough to secure Drip Difference 27-second time bank as they take third point.
Drip Difference looked really clean there, and I think that what you said they needed to do, they did, especially Rise. You saw that at the end there with the Blizzard, Rise was actually able to eat that damage that essentially secured them the win, and then that Ice Wall at the end as well. Like, they looked so coordinated. They knew exactly what to do and how to do it, and I think that is something that is going to carry them a long way in this series. But on the other hand, Hoggenball Dynasty, hopefully they realize that they need to step up their game a little bit, because Drip Difference is proving themselves a great opponent.
Yeah, Drip Difference was really able to win that fight, like you said, off the back of their coordination. A really big eat from Rise. Burrito was not able to match that as they had switched over to Zarya. Didn't get a grab out of that, but Drip Difference just really well executing on their offense. Sage, again, with those big ice walls when it mattered most, just cutting off the tricklers in as they were trying to get that last couple of meters. And Drip Difference have set themselves up with a really good position here. It's hard to finish these escort maps. Hold up really close here.
This is interesting, their positioning here, because normally most teams like to get on the high ground and defend, just like what happened in round 1, but they're going to try some sort of rush here, evidently, with that Mei wall coming from Sage. Also, I find it very funny that Sage is playing Mei. I think that joke's been made before, but just putting it out there.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of, I think, what we saw in the Steel Series Invitational. It was Gladiators versus, I can't remember who, but Gladiators were just... the same defensive position was used against them on Dorado, and it worked really well. But let's see if it'll work for Drip Difference. They are able to hold in this room, and it's just so hard to crack anybody in here. Dust Eater's gonna fall. Really need to run a spam comp into this, as there's just so much protection. And now Drip Difference are gonna be able to really just hold here in this room. Bap is able to get so much heals with that area of effect. He's already 83% to his ultimate. He's already built it up in the time it took me to say what percentage he was at. So now they have this window to peek out through the door, able to just do so much damage. He's gonna already force out quite a few abilities here. Window coming out from Obscura, just trying to give himself and his team some extra damage. It's gonna be enough to take out Dust, who has switched over to the Reinhardt as well. I believe I heard a Blizzard, but I might have been mistaken. There's going to be a couple ults for Ball Dynasty now. They do have the Bob and the Duplicate. This will be really valuable ultimates in clearing out this room. Bob is going to be the first one to enter the room, and he's just going to be quickly taken down. Guac has fallen, though, with the Fire Strike of Pandemon, and Pandemon coming in on the Echo is going to be causing all the disruption needed. Dustier and Pandemon, the two Reinhardts, able to sweep up 5 kills there. That is exactly what Ball Dynasty needed to crack this.
Well, after that brief intermission of tiny Overwatch, we're finally back out in the open. And yeah, Hog and Ball are finally on their way to getting point 1. And Drip Difference, they have the ultimates to come back for this. So this could be a very intense hold here, because in Drip Difference's interest, they don't even want Hog and Ball to cap first.
Yeah, the bomb is going to come out early. Sidenex can respond with the tire. Rice has already been taken out of the mech by Amir, so now it's going to be a tank down, but Mango falling as big. Transcendence not able to save through the damage of the Rip Tire. Now it's going to be up to him to keep his team alive. I mean, the Shatter coming in from Dust is going to be big, but it's not going to be enough to get through that Immortality field. Still 6 men standing for Drip Difference, but Dust Eater is able to take down Rise, and that's a massive Shatter response from Guac. Dust Eater is going to fall, but Obscura has fallen as well. The Ball Dynasty are looking like they're going to be able to take this point, even though they lost Mango early in that fight. Bob is going to be coming out as well, just secure it, as a couple picks have gone the way of Drip Difference, and the res comes out onto Pandemon, so that should be it. Drip Difference aren't going to be able to hold first here, but as I say that, still more people are coming in. It's going to be up to Rise with this bomb. Could be big as there's no shields present, but everybody's able to hide away to a corner. Rise is going to be quickly taken out of that mech. And now Ball, there's still some resistance from Drip Difference. They're able to come back with the help of that D.Va in the stall, but they're going to be out of the fight. And as Obscura falls as well, Guac should be next to go. And yeah, that's a lot of bodies down for...
Yeah, that's unfortunate for them, because they did use both of their defensive ults, their support ults, their Drip Difference, because they wanted to try so hard. But Ball Dynasty was able to have enough power to overcome the defensive ult usage and push Drip Difference back. And I don't think Drip Difference was expecting this at all. I think that they were thinking that they were able to hold. And so they're getting a little bit nervous now, especially since the ult economy is tilting in Ball's favor right now.
Yeah, the defensive hold is really that they hold out very early on, is used to get as many fights out as possible. They're really only able to get 2 real team fights out. The last fight was really just a stagger fight. Guac is going to be dropping in early, is discorded immediately, and he's going to be taken down quickly. Guac just diving into the enemy team with a low shield. That's not exactly ideal Rhine play. Sinex is able to take down Amir, but the res is going to come out. Abyss and Mango also using their support ultimates for Ball Dynasty. That's about all that Drip Difference are able to get out of this fight, as Ball Dynasty have the 4 other ultimates available. Now it's just cleaning up the remaining people on point, and Ball Dynasty are going to be pushing cart pretty far here.
I really liked that fight from them because, like you said, even though they only used 2 ultimates, it was the support ultimates, but still yet they were able to survive. And I think that Drip Difference is going to try to take advantage of the fact that they have no defensive ultimate, but I do still think that the fight's going to go in Hoggenball's favor, and they're going to try to take the high ground here, both teams, especially with that bomb coming in.
Yep, this is going to be the first from Garrido. Panamon has copied the D.Va, so there should be a second bomb coming in shortly. It's going to be the Mines able to take down Sage as they throw in the Blizzard. Is going to be enough to take down Mango, but Guac has fallen in return. Panamon, I don't think he's going to be able to get ultimate off in that D.Va form, but Dust and the rest of his team are able to clean up, and that should be Drip Difference not able to hold on to second here. And the time bank that Hoggenball Dynasty have is quite large compared to what Drip Difference had as they were rolling.
I really want to commend Hoggenball here because exactly as you mentioned, they look so great right now at that massive time bank. And if you just watched round 1, like, you would never have expected Hoggenball to just do a complete 180 here because of how Drip Difference looks so dominating on points 2 and 3, even on point 1. But I like how they're making a comeback, and this is definitely going to be a hard fight to win for Drip Difference right now.
Yeah, they've switched up a lot of their composition as well, so they're not going to be coming in with many ultimates. Guac has gone over to the Winston and Sage on the Torbjorn, trying to deal a bit of damage to those coming in to try and dive. Dust Eater's going to feel the wrath of that window early, is going to be forced out, not going to be ceding much ult charge though. It's going to be Panamon falling early. This turret from Sage is getting a lot of work already. It's going to be the res though. Now both teams fighting this 6v6. The spawn or the high ground that Drip Difference has should be enough to get them quite a bit of space and pressure. Cynex dropping in that ultimate is going to be enough to get Dust Eater killed off the back of it. And now the main tank is gone for both teams as Guac is going to be shredded by that beam. Panamon is going to pay with it for their life, but Obscura is also going to be traded. So even trade so far, but Hoggenball Dynasty, they don't have the spawn advantage here. This is going to go with the way of Drip Difference if this fight continues to go long. Amir is able to take down Cynex, and Garrido has dropped in that ball as well. Dust Eater has come back as well, able to take down Sage. And now the tides are turning. It looks like Drip Difference are going to be in a worse defensive position as a Grunt has also fallen. High Noon from Amir just to try and zone out. Cynex has switched over to the Doomfist. Rise is going to be on him to get that big bomb off, but the mines from Dust are able to take down both tanks before they even have a chance to think about recontesting the point. And that's going to be a really good time bank from Hoggenball Dynasty.
They looked amazing there, and all jokes aside, seriously, I think that Hoggenball Dynasty is playing Drip Difference against them basically on the Echo character, because you know that, like, Drip Difference, look at their logo, they're modeled after Echo. I know Cynex is a very good Echo player, but Pandamon's Echo has been so effective. Like you said, they've been able to shred down the tanks and make a lot of great space with that hero. So maybe Drip Difference needs to go back to their roots in this next round. Maybe do like a little Echo v Echo, or at least try to work to solve that problem of the Hoggenball DPS.
Yeah, Cynex hasn't even touched Echo so far, and what's weird is, like you said, that Hoggenball have been sticking with this entire time. Hoggenball on the defense, they're going to be coming up on that rush comp again. Amir's going to be sticking with this Junkrat. I think we saw Cynex on that for Drip Difference's defense, so could be the exact same hold coming out for Hoggenball Dynasty. Would be very interesting to see the same strategy execute twice.
More tiny Overwatch, woo! But I do find it interesting because Hoggenball, they're adapting and they're, like Echo does, they're copying the opponent. Because, like you said, that was a strategy that Drip Difference used, and it was relatively effective for a pretty long time. So even if they don't do a full hold, they can at least burn a good amount of time off the clock.
I think Drip Difference is expecting this. Cynex has gone over to the Pharah. Exactly what the Gladiators tried to use to break this hold. It's going to be interesting to see if that works for them. Amir's going to be getting quite a bit of damage in early with that ult, with those concussion mines and those grenades, but Abyss has again built up so much on their ultimate. Guac is going to be taken down. He's built up 70% on the Shadow, though that's nothing to be laughed at. That's quite a powerful ultimate on this, on breaking this hold. So Cynex also coming up on his ultimate. The Abyss has built up the window that could be useful to hold off any sort of attack that Hoggenball Dynasty or that Drip Difference would have come in with room with. But the charge coming in from Guac, that's going to break the door wide open. Guac is paved with his life, but the barrage coming in from Cynex, and that's going to be enough for Drip Difference to break.
They got blindsided there. They they were not expecting that, because when the wall came out, just everything just came and hit them from behind. And a lot of ultimates were also used by Drip Difference to get that open, like the bomb and the barrage. And now Rise is going to return to the Diva after, I believe, switching for a brief moment onto the ball. And this is overtime now, so Hog and Ball need to win this fight in order to stop Drip Difference in their tracks.
Yeah, but the thing is that they get this extra fight. If they had lost by holding that high ground, they would be losing, or they would be definitely giving up first point here. Pandemon able to take down Cynex and the tire from Amir. That's going to secure the round in, stop Drift Difference in their tracks. Only 72 meters of progress, and Hog and Ball Dynasty have a minute 45.
Amir definitely came in clutch with that tire. That's what you love to see, all those great plays that mean so much, because like we've just been saying, like if they didn't win this fight, it would have been harder for them to bounce back, just because even though it would still be overtime, Drip Difference would be on that momentum. But now, round 4, it's going to be Drip Difference's turn to see if they can stop Hog and Ball Dynasty at an earlier distance.
Yeah, and it's looking like Drip Difference are employing the same strategy. No surprises here. Pandemon is also expecting it. Hog and Ball, they know what's happening here. This is going to be the 3rd time this defensive hold has been run out, so no surprises at all. And it's going to be up to Hog and Ball if they're going to be able to crack it open like Drip Difference were able to. This is definitely an attainable position for them to reach. It's going to be up to really this barrage and Dust Eater. If he can create some space off the back line, yeah, they're meeting each other at the spawn doors. Everybody knows what's happening.
No tricks here, but that's what we think, but we'll have to see if that's really the case, because anything can happen in Overwatch and BPL. We all know that.
Yeah, they're going to be holding in this room yet again. It's going to be up to Hog and Ball. This time they're taking a bit of an off angle. They have the Pharah going around left. They're going to be quickly rotating them around again, but it's going to be up to Dust to really get some charge on this ultimate. That shatter and the amount of damage that Guac was able to put into this room was really what gave Drip Difference the opportunity to crack it wide open. Dust, again, he's coming up big on his ultimate charge. Already has it twice as fast as Guac does. And if he can get this shatter off as Rise is out of mech, that could be absolutely massive for the momentum here. It's going to be coming out, unable to really connect into the room, but it's enough to take down Guac and Rise. So that should be Hog and Ball. They've cracked this point open quite fast. It only took them 40 seconds to do it. Now it's going to be a scramble to stall for Drip Difference. They have built up some ults of their own, and that's going to be important in this recontest.
Dust's gameplay really saved his team there, because as you pointed out, he was able to get his ultimate so quickly, even though he wasn't even in that quote-unquote ult charging room. And so that really allowed Hog and Ball to break the defense really quickly. And now Final Fight territory approaching. Drip Difference coming out with their ultimates.
Yeah, it's going to be the tire from Cynex just searching for somebody. Is only going to find an immortality field with that explosion. It's going to take some people low, but quickly healed up. The Valkyrie's been popped early by Mango, trying to get some damage out for their team and keep them all topped up. It's going to be Amir and Pandemon. They have their ultimates up as well. Abyss is dropping in their ultimate, but Guac is just going to push past that window and take him down. Obscure is going to fall, and now both teams without their Baptiste, and that's going to be a big move there from Pandemon, able to take down 2. It's traded out, but Hog and Ball Dynasty, they all died, and Drip Difference, they're able to hold here.
Oh no, like there was a lot of kills coming in last minute there for like with Amir with the tire again, but unfortunately they were not able to touch, so Drip Difference is going to be holding that first point lead. But that was definitely a very close matchup, so I am very pumped for the next few maps to come, because I'm already calling that we're going to go to a map 3 just because of the gameplay we've seen already, just how intense and how close it is, and I am really impressed.
Yeah, Drip Difference, they kind of had their backs against the wall. They were given a very holdable position and they were able to hold it, but that could have easily gone the way of Hog and Ball. They really had a lot of momentum going. It's just some of those ultimates weren't able to connect on as many people as they needed to, and that ultimately was what caused them to lose, I think. And the fight went long, and Drip Difference had just enough members alive to hold on to that point. Hog and Ball weren't able to come back, and now we're going to be moving on. Drip Difference now 1 map away, but don't count Hog and Ball Dynasty yet. They were definitely close in that series, and either team could come out and and win this next match.
I agree, the closeness of it. I could not be happier to see two other teams in this matchup right now, just because of how their competitive spirits for both teams is just so high, and that just makes for an amazing game. And coming into the next map, we do have a little bit of substitutions. For Drip Difference, we have Riptide coming in for Rise, and we also have Dong Waggler taking the place of Mango.
Yeah, so the main support spot for Hog and Ball is going to be switched out, and the off tank for Drip Difference is going to be swapped as well. So each of these teams making some adjustments. It's going to be interesting to see how those work out. I think Dong has some big shoes to fill. I think that the support line of Hog and Ball Dynasty was definitely one of their strongest points. They had a lot of ultimates. They were really able to get the most out of that Mercy and Zen, and I don't know how well Dong is on the Mercy. If they want to keep on running this strategy, they're going to have to keep with.
If they need a Mercy player, they know who to call. But I do think that Hog and Ball have multiple compositions up their sleeve, and I think that with these different substitutions, it tells me that both teams, in fact, are going to want to run different things because it's exciting. They want to keep it fresh and keep the other team on their toes, which is something that every team needs to know how to do.
Yep, it looks like we're going to be going to Hanamura for the next map, 2CP, one of the least liked map types in Overwatch. We're going to be coming in here. I think Drip Difference is on the attack, Hog and Ball on the defense. So if Hog and Ball are able to get a really good hold here and give themselves momentum going into their attack, I think they can be in a really strong position to tie this series up.
Yep, Hanamura is the map of all surprises. I think we know that perfectly well from Overwatch League. And I am pretty confident that it's gonna go to either a ridiculously long amount of rounds or even a draw. Because, like I said, this is a pretty even matchup. And so far, both teams' compositions look relatively similar to what we've seen on Dorado, especially Hog and Ball. Looks like they're playing a little bit more, I want to say rush style with like the Ryan, the Lucio, whereas Drip Difference is going to try that classic sim strat.
Yeah, the sim strat, just try and maybe not teleport onto point, but teleport past that choke. The choke is really where a lot of fights get stalled out and so much damage, and especially with this Mei wall trying to cut people off. Hog and Ball have a really good defensive composition to hold this corner, but if Cynex is able to get that teleport right in the perfect spot and get them past all of this spam damage coming in, really give them a bit of momentum here. They're gonna be going down main. Usually most teams go a bit to the right with this sim teleport strat. That's kind of telling me it's gonna be right to point, and that's exactly where it is. Panda's gonna try and wall it off, but Sage's wall is better. Sage is gonna fall down, though. This has used their immortality field and is taken out. That's gonna be Obscure's turn to use it as well. Guac has been frozen up, but he's gonna get aggressive with that charge, maybe a bit too aggressive as he finds himself right on the end of Dorito's cannons. That's gonna be taking the main tank out of the fight early. And now it's up to Drip Difference to really come back into this fight, but Hog and Ball Dynasty, that's a big boop off by Dong Waggler, but Dorito has fallen as well, but Hog and Ball Dynasty are gonna be holding strong, only giving up 40%.
Hog and Ball was able to stop Drip Difference from capping, but also when that fight was going on, none of them bothered to touch. So Drip Difference did actually get a tick, which might bite them in the butt later on, especially since they're coming up close to some ultimates, like with that big sim shield on the way for Cynex, and they're going to try the teleport on a different angle this time.
Yeah, the window coming out kind of deep into the choke isn't going to be able to get too much value, it looks like. Cynex going to be dropping in that wall, and Amir has popped his high noon as well. So now it's going to be up to Drip Difference to really get themselves in a solid position here. They have that wall to play around. Looks like they are going to be playing around it really well. Obscure getting that down main presence with that window. It's going to be Riptide falling out of mech early and Sage falling as well. So now they have that much going for them here. Guac's dropping the Shatter anyways. They still want to win this fight. Riptide has got themselves back into that mech, so now it's a bit more even. Beat coming out from Dong Waggler. And this is looking like Hog and Ball Dynasty holding strong. They still have 3 Ls to use if they want to. Abyss coming up on another one. And with Cynex falling, that's going to mark the end of this push for Drip Difference.
I don't know if the sim strat's going to keep working. Something tells me they're probably going to swap. But like I said, they still got some great progress from it. And yeah, Cynex is going to go back onto the McCree. Both teams, ultimates building up for them. Hog and Ball already has four ultimates to use, Pandamon's Blizzard could be potentially deadly here on this choke if Drip Difference just tries to walk through it.
Yeah, Sage is gonna drop in that Blizzard early, trying to cut off this choke, and it's gonna be Amir with the 2K. Garrido also with the bomb, able to find one, and bomb also being dropped in a bit late by Riptide. Bit of a questionable decision there, but is gonna be losing that ultimate and losing the mech, and now it's just the stagger coming out from Hagenball.
That was a great high noon there from Amir, definitely stifling Drip Difference in their tracks, and now we have less than a minute and a half left, and nothing so far has been able to get fully through these defenses. So Drip Difference has to figure out what to do. They do have both support ultimates available.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be up to really Pandamon and Riptide here. If Pandamon is able to get a big Blizzard, that's gonna really end any sort of idea of Drip Difference coming out on top of the fight. But if Garrido's able to eat it, or if Riptide's able to eat it, that suddenly gives them a big boost of confidence. It is not going to happen. If the support ult's going to be used immediately, Guac is going to be falling low. The support ult's not enough to save him. So close on that shatter. Cynex now has that high noon. He's going to be popping that, trying to salvage this fight. Sage has fallen in the meantime, though, so it's going to be up to him to get some big value here. Is unable to find anybody. I think it was eaten by Garrido's DM. Now it's going to be up. Really, the shatter is all that Difference have. Although the ultimates of Hagenball aren't great either, they are coming up with more along with them, though.
Hagenball has a taste for revenge right now. They are playing so aggressive, but at the same time, they're playing passive enough so that they don't get caught in any of these traps that Drip Difference is trying to set up. And as you mentioned, the ult economy is a little bit wonky for each team, but
big shatter from Guac. That's gonna open this fight up real quick. Dust Eater's gonna be taken down by Cynex, but both McCree is getting kills as Sage has fallen as well. Riptide's gonna be taken out of the mech before they can get that Diva Bomb. That's kind of a big disappointment here, as Riptide's gonna be falling as well. It's gonna be the ultimates really bringing this fight around as Garrido is dropping in that bomb, unable to find anybody, but it's enough to get some space and get Cynex killed. Was unable to drop in his ultimate as well. Obscure now, only healer left for Drip Difference, and it's looking like it's gonna be curtains for Drip Difference offense. Hagenball Dynasty have themselves up really well, only need to get 45% to take map 2.
Man, that's unlucky for Drip Difference because Guac did lay down that great shatter. I believe we got to have 3 or 4 players, but they were not able to come together and win on the point because I think that the majority of the members from Hagenball were able to retreat and loop around on that high ground area. I believe the May, the Baptiste, and I want to say the Diva were all up there. And so they were able to just meet them on the point and demolish. But Drip Difference now of the defense, I have a feeling they're going to come out with something. Maybe it's cheese or maybe it's something they're comfortable with that is just going to throw Hagenball for a loop because they're probably really mad right now.
Yeah, Drip Difference, although they weren't able to get first, they have given themselves a win condition if they can have a really good hold here. Although it's unlikely, there have been crazier holds in BPL and Overwatch, so it's looking like a pretty standard rush comp, although Cynex on the Junkrat is a bit out of the ordinary. Be trying to get a lot of value in that spam, not expecting Hagenball to teleport down main, or if he is, he's going to have to set himself up there to do a lot of damage as soon as that teleport is put down.
I think that the Junkrat is an interesting pick, like you said, but it's also pretty smart because I feel like in that little choke area, Junkrat can do a lot with his spread damage. And also, if there is a teleport, he can just go right up there with his mine and destroy the teleporter immediately, which will help the rest of his team to demolish the players who are already there. So I'm very interested to see how this is going to be working out. Also, Garrido on the Orisa.
Yeah, the Orisa just probably there to provide some extra support and let Hagenball Dynasty stay alive on point a bit longer with that second shield. It is going to be this TP coming out from Amir. Probably going to be going straight to point. It's going to be up to Cynex to really put a stop to that. It is going to be already getting quite a bit of charge on his ultimate. Now it's going to be up to the rest of the team to come back and loop around. They might even give up a tick here, and that would be kind of disastrous, as then they would only need to give up a little bit more. But Sage is able to take down Garrido. That should be the end of the fight, but as Cynex is... Oh, that's a big move, though. Grunt able to really save that fight for his team. Members or Riptide have been taking out the mech, and Cynex had fallen, but Grunt in there at the perfect time, able to get 2 off the map. Hanamura isn't really a map that people think is going to get a lot of boops, but if you know how to place yourself, that you can get a lot of value.
Those Lucio boops are amazing to see, and they do actually happen a lot more often than people might think. And even though if it's just only possible primarily on point A, but those are great plays that secure a team a win because Bog and Ball was pretty confident that would work, and now they're going to try to rush on a different angle. Again, more tiny Overwatch.
Yep, Guac has dropped in that Shatter, only hitting shields, really. Hog and Ball are rotating up to this high ground, gonna be up to Drip to kind of meet them there. They are gonna be going into this mini room to try and meet them at that bridge, but now rotating back to the side, they want to hold in that more point defensive position. They do have a couple of ultimates. Obscure's gonna be the first one to drop in his, just to try and create some space for his team, let them maybe get a lucky pick from one of Cyanex's grenades, but the Hog and Ball Dynasty, they have the composure, they have the discipline to not let themselves get picked off by that. Dust is not going to be dropping in. It's going to be up to his Shadow to find something big. Sage is going to be dropping in his ultimate with the help of that immortality, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be broken, and Abyss can take him down with the help of his window, and this should be it, as both support ults have been dropped down, and now there's nobody left for Drip Difference to even touch. Hog and Ball Dynasty coming back strong on maps inside this.
Amir with those cleanups. I believe he got 4 kills that round. Like, good job, Amir, sealing the deal for Hog and Ball. And like I correctly predicted, we are heading into a map 3.
Yep, we're heading into map 3. Grunt with the big boop here, able to get environmentals. It's something that can happen if you really back yourself up into this corner here, and he just saw that. He sped boost over there. He used everything he could to get himself over there as quickly as possible. It paid off. He was able to win him and his team the team fight, but in the end, Hog and Ball Dynasty were just able to keep that more consistent. And Hog and Ball had a really good defensive hold, and that really gave themselves a lot of momentum heading into the offense. Drip Difference, they were faced back up against the wall, and they were able to really hold as long as they could there. And it was a really good defense, but their offense not going anywhere was really just enough to seal the deal there.
Yeah, now we're going to be going into the tiebreaker elimination map, and this is just so... I don't even know who's going to be taking this, because every single round, not even map, each team just does a complete 180 to what we'd expect, whether that's a good or a bad thing. And that's what keeps this match exciting, because we're always kept on our feet where things are happening that we never would have thought before. And like I said, I don't know who do you think's gonna take this one?
Well, we are going to Lijiang, so Dust is gonna be able to pull out his signature Wrecking Ball, one of my favorite maps to pull out the Wrecking Ball on. And I think that it's harder to run the rush against the Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball just causes so much disruption, and when we want to keep close right near Lucio and Bap, the rush kind of can fall apart a bit if there's enough pressure from a really good ball player. I think that Dust could really find that value for Hog and Ball, and if he's able to get some boops off, although Hog was nerfed in his boop ability, but he's still able to create a lot of disruption, and I think that's a lot of where the value in Ball is found. And Dust has proven himself to be a very good Wrecking Ball player, and Lijiang is Wrecking Ball's playground, so if he's able to really get that value out of the character and give his team the compositional advantage, I think he's going to be able to carry his team to here.
I agree. There's definitely a lot of great heroes on specific maps, and there are players who can excel so much. So I think that we're definitely going to be seeing like the Ball, as you mentioned, but I really hope that we also see some compositions that we don't normally associate Lijiang with, because I feel like if you can play one specific hero really, really well that may or may not be exactly in line with the map, it could still prove to be very, very, very effective. And we're going to be in that match shortly, but Hog and Ball decided to get a quick water break before we get back into this.
Yep, have to hydrate. I mean, with such close matches, the players' throats have got to be sore. I know that after long matches of calling, it can be a bit much on the throat sometimes, so gonna be making that quick reset to make sure that they're at 100% before they get into the match.
Hydration is key, and we've already talked about cake, we've already talked about the match outcome. How about you, Drayton? Do you have any fun topics for us while we wait?
Well, I guess the only thing that's similar to your cake is I row. That's kind of about it. I don't know. Rowing's fun.
Are you good at it?
I'd like to think that I am. in the same way that I like to think that I'm good at Overwatch, but we're going to be entering the game, so we're going to be saved from my rowing talk today. But it's going to be Control Center coming out early for the first map. And Ball Dynasty, you can really run a lot of comps here. This is definitely the more rush favored map of the three. With these close corridors, you can really pull out that Junkrat, you can pull out the Symmetra, which both teams have pulled out quite a bit. Cynex has been favoring the Junkrat, but you can also pull out the Echo. Really a lot of variety that can be pulled off on this map. So it's going to be pretty standard rush composition coming out with the Symmetra and the Junkrat, and gonna be a full mirror. It's going to come down to really the individual play of each of these characters, or each of these people. I think going into this Drip Difference has definitely had a very solid rush, but when Ball can get going, they can get going.
Very true. And both teams rolling out on the sim. I like this little thing because it gets them closer to point. And especially on the Garden, that strategy is super, super valuable. And it looks like they're both going to be sticking with it. Normally, you would just see the sim to get them there, and then they'd swap. So I'm interested to see how... Oh, Cynex!
Cynex starting this fight off explosively, able to find Mango and Amir early on. First out with the 2-man advantage, they're carrying that over as they take down Dust. And now that's 3 and 4 down for Ball. And it's Drip Difference. They've just given themselves a very solid position here. Cynex really coming out, making a difference on that Junkrat. A lot of the ult charge for everybody else on their team is pretty similar to that of Ball Dynasty, but Cynex is a whopping 50% to his ultimate compared to the 16% of Amir. Just able to get so many more of those conch mines and so many more of those grenades to hit early in that fight.
This is super big brain from Drip Difference, because even though Junkrat has been seen on Control Center a little bit, it's not necessarily one of the ones you would immediately think about, but Cynex is able to play this character so well and make it work. Like I said, if you know how to play a character, by all means play it, because it can produce some great results, but it looks like Dust doesn't want to see those results from Drip Difference.
Yep, Dust gonna be dropping in the Shatter, is gonna trade out his life, but it looks like that's gonna give Ball Dynasty the advantages that they need. Are able to take Riptide out of mech and out of the fight entirely. So now it's gonna be the ultimate coming in from Sage to try and give Drip Difference some sustainability. Hope that they can get Riptide back in this fight. And Ball are taking this a bit slow. They're waiting for that wall to go down, and now they're gonna be investing the window. Is able to take down Guac with that. Cynex gonna be dropping in his tire. They're gonna have to get value out of that to turn the fight, and he again finds 2. Cynex is really good with this Junkrat, able to get so much value out of the ultimate. And a fight that looked like it should have been a loss for Drip Difference, off the back of Cynex, able to flip it.
Yeah, those 2 major pickoffs really helped, as the main support and the main tank there for Ball were obliterated, and 75% just about on the board for Drip Difference. This is technically last fight territory if Ball want realistic chances in this round.
Ooh, that's a big pickoff with that Diva Bomb. Able to take down Mango early in the fight. Was almost on that beat, and now Guac's dropping in the Shatter, and that should be clean up for Drip Difference. The ultimate coming in from Dorito, a bit of a questionable decision there. Only able to take down the Immortality Field. And now 92%. It's going to be a challenge for Ball to even touch you.
Well, the stall characters are coming out. We got the Lucio, got the Tracer, got the Ball. So there's definitely going to be some stall, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Last minute tire you see coming in from Amir. Will it find anything? It will not. Looks like time is ticking down here. Drip Difference looking set to secure round 1.
Yep, and just the last couple of cleanup kills going the way of Drip Difference. Dropping in the beat is a little bit of a celebratory ultimate there. And ultimate's still coming out, but nobody's able to touch for Ball. Drip Difference taking 100-0 on that first round, and like you've said, each round has been so different for the team. Ball were able to completely turn things around on Hanamura, and now Drip Difference will be doing the same on this Lijiang map.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if Ball can come back. Maybe they're more of a Lijiang Garden team rather than a Control Center team. Who knows? But something interesting is Cynex doing the Pharah route, but also Obscure going on the Ana. I know Obscure has been known to play some Ana before, so I'm excited to see how this gameplay is going to help the team.
Yeah, and Drip Difference with Guac on the Wrecking Ball. They're kind of playing more in the name of Ball than Ball are themselves. Cynex is such a capable player on that flyer, but it's going to be Pandemon TPing his team onto point. They do have this point control, so we have to Drip Difference to really crack that control, but Guac able to get a lot of charge with that just actual drive through. It's going to be direct difference. They're going to have to find a way to crack through this defense. Taking down Amir might just be the way to do it.
I was gonna mention, like, I feel like they should have seen this coming with the Symmetra, because I did mention how this strategy was so common on this map, but I think that their method could pay off if they know how to get it from the right angle, especially you see, I believe on the right side in the back, Cynex is trying to fly around, and so far, he got Abyss. And Mango.
He's taken down 3 so far in this match, and now it's gonna be Riptide taking away a final blow from him, and Drip Difference, they play that a lot slower. This composition isn't one that's supposed to go fast. It's supposed to be Cynex and Sage, a lot of spam damage in, Guac getting corruption, and it really works to perfection there. They do give up 23%, but in the end, they really just want that point control, and now they've set themselves up with a lot of ultimates here. Riptide really the only one not close, but even them, they're at 65%.
Really like how smart Drip Difference is playing. Like, I'm just blown away by all of these different strategies so far. Like the Pharah strat, that's a great idea to counter the Symmetra, even though that Rocket Barrage didn't really do anything, and Obscure falls to Amir on the board.
Amir with 3 kills to open up that fight, and although Drip Difference are still kind of in this, Cynex able to find 1. Riptide bomb goes a bit too wide, isn't gonna be able to find anybody.
Ooh, 6 ults on the table for Hog and Ball too. This could be dangerous for Drip Difference coming in.
Yeah, Hog and Ball have 6 ultimates, Drip Difference have 4. I think they're gonna wanna really just take a slow fight, but as I say that, they've already dropped in all 4 of those ultimates. It's gonna be every ultimate coming out, and it's gonna be enough to take down Dust. They're gonna need a little bit more than that to really secure this fight. Rio's gonna be dropping in that Diva Bomb, unable to find anybody, but Dust has been the only person to fall so far. He's coming back on that Wrecking Ball to get back quickly. It's gonna be the window coming out from Abyss, trying to secure this team fight, and now every ultimate has been used by both teams. Cynex is coming up on their barrage, but as Dust is able to take down Riptide and the rest of the team falls around him, it's gonna be a very big commitment for both sides, but Hog and Ball are coming out on top.
Very big commitment indeed, but everything gone, and I feel like Hog and Ball, by doing so, may have overcommitted, and that's gonna hurt them, because look at the other team. We've got Cynex very close to a barrage, whereas on Hog and Ball, no beat is gonna be able to save them. So if he can get a good angle on this, then yikes.
Yeah, it's going to be up to really just shutting down Cynex here. He's unable to do that as Abyss falls early. Now he's going to be dropping in the barrage. Both hit scans out of the way. Not going to be uncontested in the sky other than Garrido, but he's going to have to deal with a lot of other people. To make Guac taking down Panama, and that should be the fight win for Drip Difference. They're able to take down the rest of Hog and Ball Dynasty. And the ultimate economy was really what got them there, but they only used the 1 barrage. Cynex really able to carry his team, and it was really up to the lack of ultimates that Hog and Ball could respond to, but now Drip Difference only have about 33% on the board. Hog and Ball Dynasty can build up quite a few ultimates in that time.
Yeah, they used them all up thinking that they were just going to be able to get the stagger kills out of the way and just win it easily, but they were given a run for their money, but now they're going to try to bring up their ult economy back and go at it again. We see the teleporter with that super big aggression. Drip Difference caught a little bit off guard.
Yeah, it's gonna be the mines coming out, and that's gonna find Mango 82% on that beat, but Abyss is still committing his ultimate. The barrage again from Cynex. He built that up and used it in the last fight, and now he has it again. A bit of the help with the nano boost. Drip Difference gonna be able to clean up this fight. They now only have 2 ultimates remaining. They used up 4 in that fight, and Hog and Ball, they used a couple of ultimates of their own, but they're definitely closer to more.
Yeah, Cynex's Pharah play is really sealing the deal for this team. I can almost hear Brian Allen crying tears of joy right in my headset. But this is going to be theoretically the last fight coming in here. Hog and Ball are going to attempt to use everything that they can build up. They have 3 things to use right now. Mango's beat is definitely going to be very, very crucial coming in. But they die first.
Yeah, Mango not going to be able to drop that beat, and this time it's Sage with the hero play, able to find 3. Guac is going to fall off the map, but it doesn't seem to matter too much. Garrido threw in that bomb, but unable to find anybody bounced off the side of that wall. It's not going to be up to Hog and Ball Dynasty to really just stall in this fight, and Sage now has 4 kills in the fight. He's absolutely insane. Has taken down 4, and now it's going to be up to 2 members, really, for Hog and Ball to secure this fight. The mines come out for Guac, and that should be enough to secure this. Drip Difference really coming out strong here. Obscure falling isn't likely to mean much as the rest of Hog and Ball are on the last of their HP. Now no healers left for Dust. He can be in that corner, just getting absolutely destroyed. I don't even how do you get that high up on Reinhardt? Like he was up on the ceiling, drip difference, able to pull it off, taking this series 2-1.
So exciting to watch. Oh my gosh, I'm still like, the adrenaline is running, and this massive play here from Synex. The gameplay, the skill, the amount of stuff that I saw from both teams was just mind-blowing. Like, we got Amir, we have Sage, we have Synex on those amazing DPS roles, but then as well, the support lines for both were just like out of this world. Like, this was such a perfect match, and I don't think that it could have been any better. Sorry to Hog and Ball, but congratulations to Drip Difference on that.
Yep, Drip Difference will be moving on in the tournament. They will keep their season alive. Hog and Ball, unfortunately, their season comes to an end here, but really well fought from both teams. Hog and Ball were so close to winning that Dorado map, and if they win that map, it's a 2-0 sweep. It's entirely different match, but Drip Difference were able to hold on Dorado, and now they're going to be moving on. Synex really was just so much work done on that Pharah. Really just Synex and Recurve are the two best Echoes, they're the two best Pharahs, and at the end of the day, when you go into a map like Lijiang, you got to expect the Pharah, and when you got somebody like Synex on your team, you might as well count it up as a win.
Yeah, but I think that Hog and Ball here for this match kind of laid out the foundations for future teams that are going to be coming up against Drip Difference, because Amir, most notably with that great McCree gameplay, was actually able to shut down the Drip Difference DPS many different times and have some massive plays. So I think that other teams going forward in the bracket, when they face Drip Difference, they're probably going to remember this matchup and be like, maybe I should play McCree here, because it's common for Drip Difference to play these kinds of heroes. So I want to give them credit where it is due as well.
Yeah, it was really well played by all teams, obviously. It's kind of hard to really go up against that kind of aggression. I think Difference were just able to really take control of Lijiang, and when control is the tiebreaker match, I know a lot of pro teams, they scrim almost exclusively on these control maps, so they know that when it comes down to this time, they can really clutch it up. Drip Difference just, unfortunately, it was their map, the map that benefited their team comp more and their strengths, so both of them just able to really, Synex was able to go off, but Sage also had some big heroic plays as well. Hog and Ball, they tried really hard. They were able to put up a really good fight. This series could have gone either way.
Very true, and it was definitely one of the most entertaining games I have seen, and we are almost ready for some exclusive interviews for you guys, so we'll throw to them in just a bit when everything is all set up. But I am very, very interested to see which team is going to come out on top coming into the continuation of the playoffs and eventually to our grand finals. Like, who do you think's going to be in the grand finals? Let's make some early preds.
Ooh, early predictions. It's still the very early. I think Drip Difference had a really strong performance here, but I think there's still a lot of powerful teams left in this tournament. I mean, Catboy Crew, they were able to sweep Drip Difference. They've been one of my favorite teams since the beginning. Really caught my attention with the name, and they've just been at the top for so long. Sydney Surfers, I believe that they won the mid-season tournament, so they're definitely favorites coming into this as well. Clients, powerful team. I mean, everybody left in this bracket, in this upper bracket of Catboy Crew, Research, Sydney Surfers, and the Clients, they're really good teams that can really come out and put it to some of these other teams. And I think this upper bracket is going to be really interesting to watch going forward. I think it's going to be one of those teams coming out on top. If I had to guess, I would say the Clients. They're such a stacked team. Recurve, one of the best players in the league, just able to get so much in. But looks like we are going to be ready for our interviews.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Guac, Riptide, and Cynics from that previous match. Really close match. Not so much Lijiang. That was quite the firecracker though. But my first question is, in these matches where a lot of the let me go out of order actually. what are you guys doing to establish control, especially when you guys are going really really close up? I noticed that Hawk and Ball were giving up a lot of space, and you were giving up no space. What are you guys doing in this moment?
Do you mean on control the game mode or just in general?
Any of them.
Guac could probably answer as well.
I think a lot of it relies on me because I can see the front line and everything and see where they're all positioned. And usually we walk into every fight like knowing what we're going to use, knowing which ults that they have. So we start off by saying like, oh, we're going to take space with this, and then we're going to take the corner. And then when we flip corner, we're going to use this ult here. So, and then I just scream and people listen to me.
So would you say you are the person who's like making the calls, keeping the team morale up, etc.?
Yes. I think I make the calls. I think everyone keeps team morale up a lot. Like going into the third map, Synox was hyping us up and like telling us that we were gonna win it and we knew how to play it. We were confident going into it.
All right. One moment. So like I said, you guys did a really good job of like outpacing your opponent and really giving yourself space to work. Were they doing anything that really caught you off guard, or were you just always focused the entire time?
No, I think they didn't do anything like particularly special to catch us off guard. They were pretty clean on some of their comps, like their rush was solid, so we had some struggles with that, but we had the better team overall today. So yeah.
Now I know some of the people on your team are quite outspoken critics of Rush. So what are you doing to really keep keep yourselves in check?
Well, I think it's mainly me. I'm not a fan of Rush.
I didn't want to beat around the bush, but yeah.
You didn't want to call me out specifically? That makes a change. Well, yeah, I'm not a big fan of Rush. I think it's really boring. It definitely doesn't suit my hero pools. Like, I can play the Rush heroes okay, but I feel like I'm a lot more comfortable on, like, the more carry sort of roles on DPS, like the Fire Echo stuff. They're obviously my comfort picks. I can do a lot on them, whereas, I don't know, I find it hard to sort of sit back on the Rush roles and work as a team because I'm just egomaniac trash player. But yeah, like it's unavoidable. It's the meta. There's some points where you can't counter it, so we just gotta bear through the heroes and do our best to listen to Guac because he's a really good Ryan and a really good shot caller. So if we listen to him, we know we're gonna do okay. So yeah.
All right, and my final question: you're moving on in the losers bracket. You are going up against, I believe, Punk X Passion. Are you looking forward to that match, or is there anything that you are going to plan for specifically?
Rip, you haven't answered anything. Do you want to have a stab?
I mean, for me personally, I haven't really thought about like what we're playing next. I've just been focusing on this week, especially after playing Catboy, focusing on Hog and Ball. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what we're gonna do, but we're gonna come out swinging.
Yeah, I think we just treat every team the same. Like we walk into scrims and we show up ready to play and prepared to go against anyone.
All right. Do you guys have any final remarks about this match?
GG's.
They played well, made us stressed a little, but
yeah.
So I'll say this, especially on Dorado. Whew, that almost weren't bad, but
yeah.
But thank you all for joining me. Congratulations on your win. We're gonna throw it back to desk, and we're gonna have a talk with Hog and Ball Dynasty.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed that great interview there by Bu. And we are here with another interview with the members of Hog and Ball. Hello, everybody. I'm sorry about your loss, but I do want to say all of you played amazing today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys really came out there strong. I know that Hanamura was personally one of the highlights of that series. I mean, the insane hold and able to close that out on the offense. About the Dorado, it seemed like every single defense after yours was holding in that tight room. Was that something you guys have been practicing, or did you just see that that your opponents were using it and you just picked it up and just rolled with it?
Yeah, we have never done that strat ever before. We saw them do it, and we had a better time bank, so we just said, you know what, let's just try it and just force as much time as we can. And it almost worked out, but you know, I think we did pretty good.
Yeah.
Here's something that I want to know. Did you guys expect any echo play at all? Because Amir, I know on your McCree, you were doing a great job at shutting down the Pharaoh. So were you expecting there to be any sort of like contingency plan for the use of McCree?
We've scrimmed Drip Def before, and they didn't really run much echo. I guess because they might know that we shut down echoes really well. But no, we expected them to just run Brawl the whole time without an echo.
Yeah, when they rolled out on that Wrecking Ball comp on, I think it was towards the end of Lijiang, were you guys really expecting that? You said you expected mostly Brawl, but obviously with the Wrecking Ball, it's kind of hard to run the Brawl composition. Were you guys surprised when they ran the Wrecking Ball, or was it kind of expected for that map?
You want to go me? Or?
No, you got it.
Okay, well, I'd say definitely a surprise for us. We weren't really expecting them to run anything like that, but I think it was just more on us to deal to kind of quickly adapt against it. It was just kind of hard for us to really like figure out in the heat of the moment what we wanted to do against that comp, since they were just spamming us from every angle.
Well, I think you guys definitely put up a great fight, even though you weren't able to secure the win. I think you did handle the comp pretty well, and I don't know if you've heard, but I mentioned that I think that you guys set an example for future teams because they saw you guys able to shut down those like flying characters so well, so people are not going to be like, okay, so if Drift Difference ever runs a flying character, we just gotta use a McCree or something. So once again, kudos to y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I want to just sort of touch on, obviously this is the end of the road for you guys. I sort of want to just reflect back on the season you've had because, of course, no team had it easy, and you guys have definitely had a rocky ride, let's say. Do you want to just touch on sort of the changes you've had and how the team has gone throughout the season?
We started with like, obviously everyone knows because I think everyone got really mad, but we started with a completely different team this season, and we slowly made changes over and over just due to a bunch of unfortunate things like, you know, Nemo with his mental health stuff, and our main support player, our flex support player, like basically ghosting us for a few weeks. And we had Panther in at one point, but then we wanted to swap the play styles, so we picked up Taco and Dust. And yeah, we've made all the choices we made have been really good. I think they benefited us a lot, even though we lost our previous roster, just a bunch of really weird things. But yeah, we tried to make it work. Like we were missing our off tank basically for like 2 weeks, so we've had to put like Garrido, who's our main flex DPS, on Diva, and we've had him play support at one time when we were missing River. We've had him play DPS. We've had him on tank. So we've just tried a bunch of different things and tried to make it all work.
Yeah, I mean, that adaptation, though, you guys were able to really adapt well throughout the season. I mean, I was here when you guys beat the Clients, and that was a pretty big upset. So I think overall you guys had a great season. And all things considered, you guys have a lot that went well for you guys.
Yeah, definitely. Beating the Clients was, I think, probably the best time I've had on this team. It was really exciting. It was a really good time.
Well, we wish you luck in your future endeavors. Thank you so much, and goodbye to you all. And now we're gonna throw to a break to set up our next match, which is going to be the Sharks versus Malding Inc.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another concluding match of the BPL playoffs. I'm here, Chicken Nugget God. I got my co-caster here, Rizza.
Hi.
We have a great game today. Rizza, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. It's gonna be a pretty interesting match today. As we know, I kind of rarely cast, so I kind of, lack information. But as I've heard some things about SIS and Malding, so I'm pretty interested to see what happens this series and how they contend.
Yeah, we got a really great matchup on our hands. Malding coming in, they just beat Sovereign. They had a really, a dominant showing that last match. And Solomon Island Sharks, I didn't actually watch the match, but, they finally, the streak was broken. They lost the third map Control. They were undefeated on it, 7-0. But, they're a really mentally strong team. I'm very interested to see how this game is going to go, I think Malding is a solid squad, ready to, take on anybody, really. They've pulled up upsets in the past, and I think Sharks are probably one of, if not the most mentally strong team in the league. They're just, that's all they win. They only win in map 3, You have to have the iron mental, right? To keep it going there. But what are your thoughts coming into this, Rizza?
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying, I think it's something that a lot of people just lack in general, is that kind of clutch factor that SIS has. And, once we see SIS pick up some momentum, it really could mean the end for Malding Inc. So that's going to be interesting to see how that takes effect.
Well, as we're heading into this first map, we're heading into Dorado. I'm sorry, I always get Dorado and Route 66, Rialto. They're all kind of the same. But
yeah, they are.
This is going to be a very interesting match. Map, I think. I think Malding. Oh wait, no, Malding's on offense here. I think Malding on defense is going to do the bunker strat in that little room on the red. But for now, it looks like Solomon Island coming in with obviously Jen playing the ball, one of the best balls in the league, if not the best. But we also have a Shiki Garden in starting out, and Josh and Anubis. I think Anubis is a relatively new player, if I'm correct. I might be thinking that wrong.
I would not know.
But as we're heading into here, looks like Malding is going to have Joshin on his signature Pharah, one of the best Pharah, one of his signature heroes. And he's going to see the two people on the red, and they're going to boop them off. And we're just having what's up?
I was just going to say, you're just going to see Joshin kind of just peeking these angles one by one, just trying to get poke damage in over and over.
Yeah, well, Malding is running this Rhine ball comp, which I find very, very interesting. They're probably going to have Panther try and boop someone into the team and have Vegas, who's a well-known, really aggressive Reinhardt. See, they almost get Jen really low and melt him down instantly. And now they're able to get underneath the cart, underneath the bridge area, and just slowly push this point forward.
Yeah, that pick onto the Ana was so crucial, because that means Garden has no more room to kind of flank there. There's there's not really much of a backup plan except for Brig heals, which just isn't enough in this coordinated environment.
Oh, Joshin getting 2 big picks while Jen just clogs on the point. He's causing a lot of disruption and stalling on this cart. And Garden, we're not even going to talk about that. But Jen is continuously just causing so much stall on it. They're finally going to pick him off, but not enough time for more, people to come in. Malding invests the barrage, and that was just, a clean, maybe not the cleanest, but, a pretty clean first point.
Right. No, I think that was a really great checkpoint for Joshin. You saw Joshin kind of just insert himself into the back line and just divide the entire team, and then it just caused them to trickle, and, eventually was their demise. So really, props to Joshin.
Joshin making the swap to May. I think this is a really good swap. They instantly go to the May Rhines rush comp, and this is going to be really hard for Sharks to engage.
Yeah, that May is going to be super scary for Jen here.
Oh, Jen, yeah, and Jen is going to get melted. I'm surprised. Oh, he gets the nano. And what a massive anti coming from Farmer. Gets 4 people purple. Instantly causes Jam to die. And this is looking like a good fight here for the Sharks.
That purple was so huge for them, being able to get those picks out in the back line onto Jam and then All-Win and Vegas, and it just all comes crumbling down with that really clutch anti.
Yeah, they invested the window thinking, you know, it was probably a winnable fight, but just a super clutch nade from Farmer. See, this is what I'm talking about. One of these strong teams, these underrated teams, having, you know, really good synergy and really strong mentals, keeping themselves, you know, in check, no matter how long the series goes. But, you know, we are in the first map. I don't know why I'm bringing that up. But Vegas makes a swap into the Winston. I think this is a good swap here. If they want to, you know, get on this high ground, they're more susceptible to just getting dived and actually having a fight. It's more of a brawly comp here. Ooh, Vegas gets a big slam, a Goomba stomp onto Ashiki.
That's a big jump there. And again, as you were saying, swapping to Winston here is going to be their main saving grace for checkpoint 2 here. Again, those mines coming out is going to kind of slow them down in their tracks, but you know, as they go again into this next fight, they get another kill like they did earlier onto Ashiki, then it's just done.
These fights, you know, really favoring Sharks. They're getting these clean pickoffs and these scrappy fights, and they have these really fast heroes to, you know, get this engaged quickly. And now they're gonna, you know, reset, go back onto high ground, and get ready for this next engage. Oh, Panther's D-Mech. Oh wait, Panther should be able to get his mech back, and with Jen going down, that's a massive pick. There is someone on the flank right here. Oh, Garden is caught on the high ground, pulls back, makes sure it's not to die. And now they're just wrapping around the point. This is a lot of time here, though. Jen will be back already. And Malding taking a lot of time on these rotations. They're going onto the high ground. Panther throws the Kobe nade, or the Kobe bomb. It doesn't get anything. And now Emmy is getting bullied here. But, oh my god, another massive anti and nano from Farmer, keeping Emmy up. He will go down to Panther, but the cart is really close. What's going on? Garden is fighting it out here, and this looks like it's another win for Sharks.
Right, and when you're Malding, there's you know, conceding so much time to the enemy team is just like, against a comp like that, you just can't give that up with, you know, characters like Ball and Diva just being able to take so much space, and you know.
If I'm Malding, Farmer is actually making me mauled. Like, no joke.
Nah,
they're gonna take a lot of
such a test to Malding right now.
They're gonna take another long rotation onto this high ground. It looks like Sharks are already ready for it. They're holding up on the. Oh, Garden gets a big pulse. Anubis, Vegas gets really low. We'll have to pop the primal to stay alive. Gets antied and is already half. Has to disengage. Jen pulls the mines on the high ground just to keep it themselves, you know, having this power position. And they're trying to stall cart. But, you know, the tanks of Solomon Island Sharks are really, you know, mobile and able to get in and out. Whereas in Malding are trying to take this fight from the high ground. Anubis has swapped the Zarya, the Sombra, which I think is a pretty good pick. Oh my god, what's happening?
Right, and as Malding, you know, comes through here, the EMP is just getting higher and higher. Only 33 seconds on the clock, but I really think they can recuperate here and get an EMP in and maybe a bomb that can save them.
Yeah, these scrappy fights are just always going in the way of the Solomon Island Sharks, and we've already approached 20 seconds left. This is going to be last fight here for Malding. Malding do have the bomb. They're all spy checking. They know Anubis has this EMP, and they're ready for it. I think Farmer's going to sleep this EMP.
If he sleeps his EMP, I don't know what I'll do. The ult economy is looking a little weak from SAS right now, and that EMP could seal the deal right now.
It is a massive EMP. It got 4. Panther is able to get Zazlak, and this is looking like a good fight here for Malding. But Garden gets a huge stick onto the brig. Alwyn will go down, and this is just real. Yeah, this is just. Oh wait, what am I talking about? Malding's winning. I got my eyes are confused. Malding's taking the fight here, and they're winning second point. This is big here, keeping their map alive here. This map 1.
Yeah, investing all of those ults really paid off. The way they just kind of gradually use them, that bomb, that EMP, and then the bomb stealing the deal on the Diva, and just the use of the Moira ult, they really cleaned up there. So
And now, but Sharks, doing a really good job at stalling, almost all of Malding's time. They only have a minute here to get through this 2 CP point of the map. They get around this first pen, but Garden is ready to start cogging. Gets instantly hacked, but he does get the bombs off, the mines off in time, and it's a big power play. They're holding this. They're winning this fight, but they're not able to push any forward with these mines. And this just leads up to a perfect bomb from Zazlak. Vegas protecting almost everyone else on his team, but it's not enough. The picks are coming in, and Malding need to get out of here if they want an extra fight here.
Yeah, what a clutch bomb coming out from Zazlak, where Vegas is trying to take all the space he can with that primal, and then he ends up coming back and just, they got pushed back so hard by the tanks. The Malding Inc. take line's looking like very, very strong right now.
They really are. And now Vegas will make the swap onto the ball to make sure they get the touch. And this is looking really dear for Malding. Malding already lose Josh, and that's so big. What a big pick from Garden. But Garden will get traded by Anubis in the end. A very dishonest hero, in my opinion. But the fights are going down, and it is just a big brawly, a big EMP. Oh wait, no, it only gets 2. I mean, that's not bad, but it doesn't look like it will be enough here. The picks are still coming in for Solomon Island Sharks, and they're trying to close this map out. But Joshua comes back and gets the pulse bomb with the Emmy. This isn't over yet. Panther gets the pick. Garden will trade him out, but it's only Anubis. Will there be more stalling? Vegas comes back onto the ball, but they won't touch. Vegas, he grapples just a hair too far and isn't able to touch.
Just barely. SIS really did not waver there whatsoever, despite Malding Inc. coming in clutch with those ults. Just with a team like SIS, they just did not stop.
Malding, though, should be happy. They almost got held at second point, so any real point presence after that was just bonus, in my opinion. But they do get this extra bend. If they're able to stall out these first 2 points, really try and grind it out, I think they have a shot here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just being able to hold him off, if Vegas was playing like he was last round, I think he was doing really well, just kind of zoning. So it seems they're going to swap onto the double shield with Joshin on the Pharah. And okay, this is an interesting comp. So honestly, there's kind of going to be bunkering up pretty hard. We're not going to see too much movement, but how SIS approaches this comp is going to be the most interesting. Just seeing how, there's that pull, boulder, boop, stun. There's like so much CC they're going to have to deal with, especially like Jen. Like Jen's going to have to deal with a lot. So this is going to be a very interesting battle.
I think Jen will be one of the main components into dislodging this, bunker comp, probably booping off probably one of the tanks or hopefully a Zen. Garden will be coming out onto the Pharah. I think this is actually not a bad play. Anubis will be able to, get these free shots on him with the double shield, but there will be a Pharah 1v1. I am very interested as a Pharah connoisseur, not connoisseur, but someone who likes to play Pharah myself these days. I'm interested to see how these go. But it looks like Malding are going to hold up. They're not going to hold up on this high ground. They're going to notice that the Pharah will be up there, and they will back up into this courtyard. Garden, it just like you say, instantly gets melted by the whole team fire, really, but that main Discord presence. And this is I think this is a good spot here for Malding Inc. Knowing that they don't want to get caught out of position on this high ground or booped off, so they hold into this courtyard, and this is a really strong play here. There's not much angles for Jen or Zazlak to really get in. I think this is a huge play here with only 3 minutes left on the clock. What do we see here? No ults really. Maybe possibly a Garden ult.
Right, I think Malding are just holding their ground so hard. As much as, you see Garden try to kind of disrupt their form here, it's just to no avail. You see Alwyn taking out Jen again. Anubis taking off 2 with the high noon, and it's curtains for that fight. So
and this is looking like a strong hold here for Malding Inc. Already approaching the 2.5 minute mark. Jen has made the swap onto the Reinhardt. I think this is... I don't know how I feel about this play. I feel like Reinhardt, like, who are you really shielding other than a Shiki?
Right. This is I definitely agree. I'm very curious of what their approach is going to be here with the Reinhardt against double shield.
Farmer does have the nano. He does use it onto Jen, but Garden goes down to Josh in the fair 1v1, and Garden is holding this off angle. He's probably gonna barrage here, but Shiki gets him, but it's not enough. Vegas will be holding this front line down, and there's just the picks are coming in for Malding. But wait, the picks are coming in also in for Sharks. Vegas uses the flux to instantly get rid of this Reinhardt, get out of my face, and they won't stagger the Diva. And this is just another one fight here for Malding, with another minute taken off the clock here. What are your thoughts on this fight?
That was a interesting nano, honestly, or not the nano itself, but just Jen was just kind of in no man's land when he was nanoed, and his entire team was kind of without a shield, and they just got spammed out by double shield by what they do best. So
I do like this adaptation from the Sharks. They make the full swap onto the rush with the Mei Lucio, but they're still getting picked off. I mean, Panther had a really large bongo there, so you kind of can't be too upset at the roster swap, at the comp swap. I mean,
right.
But with another minute left on the clock, you got to be sweating here if you're Sharks.
No, for sure. When you're this late in the game, as Malding or as Sharks swapping to rush, you're going to be lacking in that ult economy, which we saw last round where the win condition was just one bongo. They're going to have to build some ults here, or else I just don't think they're going to be able to win.
That fun fact down there, I completely forgot Alwyn wasn't even on this roster. He's running for them so many times. But Anubis gets a big 2K, almost the dagger here for this fight. Josh will have the free reign here to just do these cleanups, and this is a one fight here. This is a one map for Malding. Yeah. If I'm Sharks, wrap it up. GG or GR go next. Oh wait, but Jen does get the touch. There will be an overtime committed, but I think the writing is on the wall here. We all know what's going to happen. We're going to another map too. Sharks, and you know what? In Sharks fashion, they only win if it's a map 3. So, as I'm saying this, so both windows are coming out, and there's an actual scrappy fight here. But I mean, I can't even cast this. It's over.
There's only so much you can do in the position of SIS. They're swapping really late, making that adaptation very, very late, and in the end, it just wasn't enough. That swap.
I just think a very strong showing from Malding Inc. Sinking their heels on the ground and making sure Sharks couldn't push it really almost far at all. This double shield, they were not ready for this double shield adaptation, and I think it was really good. It was a really good curveball.
Right. No, absolutely. I think SIS were just not able to deal with that double shield. The amount of spam that was being put out. They just couldn't really disrupt their form at all, even with Josh on the Pharah and with the rush comp swap. It just wasn't enough. Malding really held their ground, so props to them.
Yeah, well, in true Sharks fashion, it's usually either a 2-0 or a map 3 series. So I'm interested to see where this goes. This is a playoff match here. They have to kick it up into both these teams really have to play the best of their ability if they want to keep their season alive here, because I think we're going to a 2CP map here, if I'm correct. That's the format, or am I wrong?
I wouldn't do check.
Yeah, it's sick. But there will be some swaps coming in. Robbie coming in for Jen.
Interesting. I've mainly seen, as far as I've seen Rob go on to the Hog. I don't know what else he plays for SIS, but I've definitely seen the Hog. As much as I'm interested to see it, if SIS, want to pick something, it can't be Hog. This just isn't viable. So,
in my massive brain, I can only remember so much, but I'm 99% sure Robbie plays a lot of main tank. I'm pretty sure Robbie's a main tank player.
No, he plays like Monkey, Ryan.
Yeah,
he plays a pretty wide range. So
now the sides will be swapping, so this is very unfortunate. the Malding Inc. has, decided to pick the defense, so we will be very confused. The red team has gone to the blue team. Just be ready for a chat.
True. Actually, thank you for.
I know I'm not ready, but we're heading into Temple of Anubis. Another great map mode by Blizzard. Just just a great map type, and I'm interested to see what the both teams are going to do here, because the rush is kind of hard to play here.
Right. I think we definitely. I definitely think we can see Malding Inc. go back to that double shield tier, especially on such a stubborn map mode as 2CP.
Yeah, I know. With it looks like oh my god, I'm already getting them confused. Malding Inc. will be coming out. They're going to be running this double shield again. I'm super interested now, but they're going to be running the adaptation of more of a spammy type style with Josh and the Junkrat. Anubis playing the hit scan in case they run the echo or the one shots onto the tracer.
Right.
But Sharks, I'm very interested to see how the Sharks run this, because I definitely don't think they're running out into this with the monkey Orisa, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Don't troll me, Zaslack. Please don't troll my BPL games, my BPL playoff games. So the spam will be coming in. Obviously Garden's already in, but they will be splitting up. Garden will be coming in from the mega side, while the rest of his team goes up to the stairs. And Ashiki goes down to the spam. That's very unfortunate.
What they do best.
What will Solomon Island Sharks do here? Do they still commit without their McCree? It looks like they're just kind of holding up here, waiting for Ashiki to come back and spawn. Probably the better play here. It's just super unfortunate. Robbie comes in, and they're already taking the high ground. Kind of a big play here. Garden is on the back line, gets super low, and goes down. Both of Solomon Island Sharks DPS go down. And this will be the go button here for Malding Inc. They go in, they terminate, and Farmer gets another massive nade somehow. Holy cow. Already builds up a nano. Still alive here, kind of staggering. Very unfortunate here. He needs to die as soon as possible. And they know it. They're keeping him alive.
That is tough for SIS right now.
Yeah.
With this comp, they're trying to take so much space and kind of bait out that movement from Malding, and they just did not waver at all, did not budge, and just
on the upside they built nano,
yeah, true. Maybe that stagger was worth it. Nah, I'm kidding, it definitely wasn't.
So now Robbie gets the Discord. I do suspect Robbie to get the nano here in this engagement. It looks like they're just trying to time their engagement, just poking out this spam, making sure the team's ready. And Anubis gets Jen. Wait, Jen is on the Mercy?
I did not notice that until just now.
Me neither. I thought we were paying. I thought I was paying attention to the subs. I guess I wasn't.
Yeah, that is
and Josh,
interesting.
I just let a 3K go by, but good job, Josh. And claps words too.
Yeah, in this next fight, they're gonna basically have every ult. If not, 4 and then Transcendence coming up from Allwyn. And Solomon Island Sharks, that ult economy is looking pretty rough, comparatively speaking.
Now, Solomon Island finally get into this right room, going onto this mega. Malding knows it's coming, automatically backs up, gets ready for the rotation, for more spam to come in. And Garden is just taking these pot shots, getting some solid damage in, but just not enough to kill anybody. It's really low. A big nade comes in from Farmer again, gets 3 people, but they don't capitalize. And with the trans from Allwyn, everyone's filled up and they're ready to go. They used a lot of ultimates here. The Bob, the trans, the window, and the bongo. And Garden gets, or not Garden, sorry, Ashiki gets Josh. And well, that was a nice pick. If this is the time to really clutch up if you're Solomon Island Sharks right now. There's 45 seconds left on the clock. And I'm jinxing them. I'm really jinxing them, aren't I?
That pick onto the Diva hurts so bad. They have Primal right now and they have Copy, but just every time I see an ult, they die.
Yeah, and just like that, we're already at 30 seconds. This is last fight territory here for Solomon Island. They have four, almost 5 ultimates. And this is the time to clutch up here. Ishiki throws his dragon onto the high ground, and so does Zaslak. And ooh, it gets Owen. That's massive. And the pick onto the Vegas. Now, this is the go button here for Solomon Island Sharks. They need to rush this point. But Panther is a menace here. Jam finally goes down to Robbie, and this has to be a cap here.
Yeah, they finally just crack open that enemy backline with that one bomb. That one opening was what they needed. Rob kind of covering the rest of them, cleaning up into that mini room. And we're just going to see more cleanup coming out from SIS.
Yeah, this is just a classic, 2 CP. Let's get in there. Let's do it. And let's win it at the last fight. It's, time to stagger out another 3 minutes. Let's hopefully get a tick here. I'm praying. Not only on the Sharks end, just so we can cast a great game here.
Right,
But my stream is dying.
Yeah, I was gonna say mine is a little bit. I think it's chilling now.
Okay. They're going into this left side room here. Malding know it's coming, and they instantly tire, get Robbie down. Zazak is super low, and this is just, a one fight here. If the Sharks just need to get out of here as soon as possible. Farmer hits another massive nade. What is that, a 5 on the clock now?
No, seriously,
5 on the... Can we get a counter? Can we get a counter for multi-nades from Farmer here? I think we're at 4 or 5.
Yes, this...
And I think they've almost always lost a fight except like once or twice. This is so unfortunate here.
Yeah, every time they've pushed on those nades, it's just been like a one fight.
Garden has the dupe here and instantly gets dinked by Anubis. That's super unfortunate. Another massive... We got another one to the counter, I think. That's
Josh
6.
swapping onto the Torb. That was just like a couple seconds ago. I'm very unsure why. Honestly, I think the junk was working fine, but we'll see what Joshua tries to achieve here on the Torb.
I think it's not super bad. It's just another target for them to shoot at, especially with trying to keep Garden in check and not let him have complete free roam. Like already, he has to use his dupe because he's almost dead, and boom, he's dead. The dupe's dead, but he does trade out with Jam. Panther does seem to get him at the end, and this is just a scrappy fight here. The bomb comes out, but the shields are good, and the tanks from Malding Inc. are super low here. This might actually be a winnable fight here for. I'm getting the colors confused. I don't know who's winning. I really don't know who's winning right now.
And
yeah, Malding's winning.
Is just
Malding's winning.
Really cleaning up here.
And this is a brutal stagger. And Josh,
cool.
He did it to him. He did it to him.
Yeah, that was just.
I actually kind of like to see it. You know what? If you're gonna stagger, I mean, it's unfortunate the stagger even happens, but might as well make it funny.
Yeah. Nah.
There's nowhere for you to jump off here. Just let it happen. It's unfortunate, but the fight will come in, and this is another last fight here for Solomon Island Sharks. So this is for their season, hopefully. The 30 seconds left, and they're coming in on the right side or the left side. Malding are ready for it. They have their shield they have their shielding ready, and a massive shatter from Vegas. Oh my God, that's the dagger. That's it. It's done.
Yeah, that's just the nail in the coffin.
And Joshin gets another hammer kill on the Shiki. Put that one on the board too.
Brutal. SIS really needed to dig deep here and pull a miracle, because TCP is just not forgiving at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was just those swaps were just interesting. Like just seeing him swap to the Torb, and then the only thing I saw him do was hammer. I didn't even see like any sort of like normal. I think I saw more hammer kills than I did normal kills.
I respect it. I respect it. But as we're heading back into Anubis, this should be, I'm sorry, I'm refreshing my stream.
Yeah, so was I.
Oh my God. But what do we have here for the defense from Sharks? We got Robbie onto the Monkey, and we have Garn onto the Junkrat. They're running the Anna Brig support duo. Robbie does make the swap onto the Sigma or Reinhardt. I think they're. Ooh, I'm very nervous for Sharks here. This mentally strong team I've been hyping up so far feels like they're crumbling under the pressure.
Right, it kind of feels like they're grasping at straws. Just you know, upon first look at this comp, at least, I'm a little lost on what the goal is.
I think my I can't remember every single roster, but I'm pretty sure Jen has been playing support all season. I think there must have been maybe someone unavailable or something, and now they're just making do. But Anubis gets that instant pick onto Garden, and this opens up a big fight here. Their main source of damage here. And now Zazlak does go dives at the back line, gets the lamp out already, and Vegas gets Jen, and this is just looking like brutal. All of Malding is really low though. Jam has to put in a lot of work here in healing to get this done, but it looks like the picks are still coming in for Malding. And this is going to be the first point almost.
And the main difference here between Malding and SIS is you see Malding get a pick, and they're instantly there. They're instantly onto the point. You see Anubis just crack them open with that one pick, and you see Malding was right on the point. Like, there was just not much SIS could do there. They're down a man. They can't, the other team's already on the point. There's just not much you can do there at all.
Now, another thing we need to point out, this is only drawable here for Solomon Island Sharks at this point. If they want to win this series, not only do they need to win this map, they need to win an extra 2 maps on top of that. This is nothing looking like an uphill battle for the Solomon Island Sharks. And oh no, this is looking like the end. Cue Frank Sinatra, my way, and this is it. Malding Inc. will be your winners of this match, and we'll be heading on to further on into the postseason of the BPL.
Yeah. Man, I wish I could say it was closer. I'm gonna be honest, but it was, especially in an organized environment. I just think that was like pretty brutal.
I don't know the whole story, but I'm pretty sure something had to have happened with Sharks and availability issues, possibly. But just an all-around, very, very one-sided affair. Sharks, having a really solid season all around, should have nothing to be ashamed of, even if they, had a bad day today. They've really been an inspirational team to me personally, with players like Garden and Jen, Zazlak. I'm probably missing other players, but having a really solid season and have honestly nothing to be ashamed of. I think Malding Inc., really do look like a dark horse though in this lower bracket. Ever since their addition of players like Panther, players like Vegas, they've been nothing but really, really solid. And I hope they honestly keep Alwyn. Alwyn has been nothing but an extra player for this team at this point. He is the unofficial, 9th member, maybe 8th of Malding Inc. I'm not sure, but Alwyn has never lost a game with Malding. He probably shouldn't have run for captain this season, and maybe he might have went for the 3-peat here.
Yeah, that was I don't know, like you were saying with additions like Panther and Vegas. Panther was somebody that I got the privilege to watch, and he was just lights out. Like, I don't know. It was like, I don't remember exactly what team it was, but he MTD'd them like very, very confidently. So I'm very excited to see more of that as, time goes on in this playoffs.
Vegas is up there as one of those players like Signet, Jack, Guac. These I'm definitely missing some more. I don't mean to disrespect anybody, but really solid, like really, really solid main tank players in this league that are we're just for fun league. These guys are like big leaguers. We're in middle school, bro. So, but it's been really inspiring to watch players like Jack, players like Signet, always doing really inspiring things in the main tank as a main tank player. But it looks like we have the interviews ready. So we'll be signing off bye-bye. I'm Chicken Nugget God. This is Rizza, and enjoy the interviews.
Hello, welcome back. It is me, Bo, again. I'm here with Joshin, Vegas, and the baby.
The baby?
I should ban you right now. But Alwyn, this is your 6th consecutive win as a ringer.
Yep.
What the how? How have you done this?
I just use my idols as motivation and maybe helped me get this one. This one goes out to the baby.
Okay, so when you come in as ringer, do you like take over? Do the dynamics of the team change? Because it seems like a lot of the time when you come in, there's obvious success. So what happens when you're in the game?
I'm very loud. I talk a lot and Malding listen and it works.
True.
So this team, yeah, like I do take over the comms quite a bit. Like I scrimmed twice this week with them and I was kind of quiet just to see how the team was doing, and it was still kind of the same. I don't think they have a real shot caller, which is something they struggle with, so I just kind of fit right into that slot, and yeah, I just frag on the Lucio and call.
I mean, if I had world famous rapper DaBaby in my game, I think I would listen as well. But in these fights, a lot of the time, how do Malding Inc. go from this immovable wall to an unstoppable force on defense and attack?
The baby.
I think it's just because of the baby, honestly.
Please give me actual answers.
I'll give you serious answers. Probably because I think, especially in this match, we just kind of popped off. Honestly, we just kind of out-mechanicked them, I'd say. Also, on Dorado, we knew our defense was better than our offense. So yeah, and we practiced that comp like a lot.
It was just really lucky that you got to the end, I guess, huh?
Yeah,
or
I
near
guess
to the
so.
end. I don't think you're full capped, but
No, we full held them on
it's,
defense.
But it's better that you did get that far, so it's not nearly as close as we saw in Drip Difference and Hug and Ball. But now you're moving on. We don't know your opponent yet in the lower bracket. That's going to be between NightDrive and Sarasota Seniors. Who are you looking forward to going up against?
Sarasota. Obviously.
What are you trying to say here?
That NightDrive is the better team. We have scrimmed them like twice this week, and they're very annoying to play against. So I hope Sarasota wins.
All right. Do you guys have any closing thoughts before we throw it back to Dusk?
Yes, I do. Mariposa, our social media manager, just cheers for everyone except for me. It's kind of rude.
Wait, doesn't Mariposa still owe me like a video? Didn't they say they were gonna make a Shatter compilation or some shit?
Probably.
Yeah. Which I'm a little sad I got to play Sigma today.
You did very well, especially.
I hope we don't
defense.
look like double shield bots now.
We're just good at it. Let's just say that.
Yes.
I'm the double shield player. Not really. I just play Zan. I don't know how you play that comp, but it works.
You like stand far away and you left click in the general direction of bad people and they die typically. So
All right. Do we have anything else from world famous rapper DaBaby?
I don't think I'll lose a game on main support, honestly. I don't know if I'll ring for Malding. I'm still deciding, but maybe I'm back again next week. The baby makes his return.
The baby.
I'm just excited to crush another team's dreams next weekend.
True.
All right. Well, thank you, Josh in Vegas and DaBaby. We're gonna throw it back to desk where we're having a discussion with Solomon Island Sharks.
Thank you, Bo. What a great interview from him. And now we have, obviously, the losers from the game, Solomon Island Sharks. How you guys feeling today, pal?
A little bit upset that it didn't go. Like, we didn't win, but overall we had, like,
a pretty tough season. Like we had a really roller coaster of a season. We had the game during the mid-season tournament. We had like we lost a player in the middle of the tournament. Like overall, it's just like a really bumpy ride. It sucks to go out like so soon, but overall we played pretty well throughout the entire tournament, and overall it was a fun experience.
I think this was absolutely our worst match, and it sucks to go out on such a note, to be honest. But we just weren't prepared enough for the comps they played, and that's all credits to them.
Unfortunate that one of our players couldn't make it, and we were not prepared to run this DPS line at all, and we just kind of caught off guard. They, in addition to us having to run like not what we usually run in scrims, we also had to face like they threw some weird comps at us, like the ball rhine, the double shield. We haven't really scrimmed against that at all, and like we just couldn't adapt fast enough.
You know, very unfortunate game. You know, it sucks to go out so soon, and I understand that. Let's talk about your season, though, as a whole. Let's talk about the good things. I think you guys, overall, you know, obviously had a turbulent season. I think you guys, I always said it whenever I cast it, probably one of the most mentally strong teams, being as, like, always winning on the third map. What was your guys' like, thought process on like, getting to third map and feeling comfortable and, like, playing control? Like, how tough was it to always feel like you were winning in that last map, or to get yourselves there?
I just feel like a big part of it was just control was just our best game mode by far. Control just suits like our playstyle and our comps really well. So all we had to do was just win one map, and then we'd be guaranteed a control map. So that's pretty much what we did the entire season long. We just won a map, and then went to control, and then we won the control map.
The 3-2-1 fighting helped a lot too.
I'm showing you
before every control map.
Hell yeah. Of course, the boost of having the SIS accounts, right? That gives you extra team coordination, motivation, I'm sure.
It's all about the synergy.
I'll be real. When I first saw that when I was mid-cast, and it really pissed me off.
Look good, play good.
All the casters that I've had to like send a message to, because they've all been like, "Ah, there we go, that's cis gen." It's like, well, no, it's just gen, because they're dumb and they all have cis accounts.
Yeah, apparently no one got that message for me, because I've been called cis saslak and aslak every time.
Not me, not from me though.
Thank you, thank you. First time today, fuck.
Washington Justice funded all of our accounts. They had so many account giveaways that we just had a bunch of accounts just lying around.
Official BPL team of the Washington Justice. Very good. Yeah, I mean, it's been wonderful to have you guys throughout the season. Your team coordination has always been so much fun to watch. It seemed like you've had a really nice sense of I don't know what the word is, but like it seemed that you guys have been decently good friends and actually have been able to pull together as a team when you've needed to. We've heard that a lot from other teams where they are just being PMA all the way. Doesn't matter if we win or lose, but just build a really nice and friendly team environment first before winning.
Yeah, this was like the first like BPL season that I was part of, and I think being on this team made it, even though we lost a couple times, like being on this team made it worth a while, because all the teammates I had this season were pretty cool people.
Going off of that, Jen,
Robbie.
Yeah, Jen or Zaslak, do you have any like closing thoughts or final thoughts for your team, or do you want to say for how you feel about the season?
It's just like unlucky that we had to go out so soon. Like I feel like the game yesterday really hurt us, because we had like really good energy. Like we were all really motivated, really pumped. You could hear like in the comms, like we were calming really hard. And then like after losing that game and like today, we just didn't have any energy at all. Like it was just like a complete night and day difference between today and yesterday. So it like kind of sucks to go out this early, because we probably could have made it farther if we didn't. But
for sure. I mean, you've given us such a great performance in that game yesterday that you can at least be happy with that performance and pushing as hard as you did, taking clients all the way to the map 3. So congratulations for everything you've done. Obviously, commiserations for bowing out at this point, but still top 12. That's pretty good. You know, like
That's true. Not last.
not last.
Not last,
Not
Pog.
last. Pog.
Couldn't be us.
That's all that matters. So thank you so much, Dex.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks.
You know, as a European, I just really look forward to being able to go to sleep again.
Tell me about it. Yeah. Yeah,
Well-
it'll be nice.
Thank you guys so much for stopping by and interviewing. I just want to say thank you. I've been Chicken Nugget God. This has been RZA casting with me.
Yep.
And I hope you guys have a great night. We have the final match coming up next. We're going to throw you to a quick break. It's going to be NightDrive versus Sarasota. Should be a great one, to be honest. I think stay tuned.
It's just how it's meant to be. And welcome back, everyone. My name is Beak with Mara. This is the last game of tonight between the 8th seed NightDrive against the 16 seed Sarasota Seniors to see which one of them will be playing their last match. And, you know, Mara, you guys just played NightDrive and actually just beat them last night. So I guess the big key here is I want to ask you and bring you in here. What do you think is the key for Sarasota Seniors to beat NightDrive and do what you guys did just 24 hours ago? Or on the other hand, what does NightDrive have to do to, you know, kind of stop the skid and be able to play another game?
Well, excuse me, NightDrive as a team is both these teams are very silly, but I think that Sarasota plays a very good rush composition, and they played very aggressively, listening to the shot callers from the Reinhardt, just going wherever he, you know, desires. And I think that as long as they play with Signet and they focus his calls onto whether it's their back line or their front lane, I think SRS have a very good shot of beating NightDrive today. Not to count them out, but I think SRS have just leveled up immensely from this meta shift to more rush style comps.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of touch on that, I completely agree. And I casted a couple of the early games of Sarasota when they were on the lower end of the power rankings, to be polite about it. But I think that was also when it was very heavy ball Sigma composition meta. So now, like you said, to your point, it's all rush, the same composition everyone's running right now. And they look a lot better. And let's see if they can ride that playoff meta to victory here. And I think they possibly could, because I think you guys caught NightDrive on their back foot last night, because I don't think they looked as good as you guys clearly in their loss. So this is an opportunity for Sarasota Seniors to pull one back on them and be able to fight for another day. And I think, like your point, Signet is going to be a big point of focus today. I mean, I think that they're the tip of the spear for Sarasota. As long as they are doing well, I think they're going to have good results going forward.
Signet is just he's a different breed, really. He plays Ryan like no other. He's on the high ground. It depends on the situation. It really, he's a very very, very silly guy, and I love that play out of Reinhardt's especially. It's so high octane and entertaining to watch. I absolutely adore it.
And I still remember there was one of the games that I casted with him. They were playing that rush composition against a team that was playing that monkey or that ball Sigma composition, and he was on the high ground of Anubis point B on attack somehow, and there was no Symmetra involved. He somehow found his way there by like just magic, I guess, and then kind of shifted in. It's almost like a dive Ryan composition, and it ended up working out for that point. So I mean, I was already introduced to the value of the high ground Sig being more important than any other meta or aspect, any ability in this game. So I mean, that's going to be really interesting. But there's not a ton of spots like that here on Rialto as we will be heading into that map coming shortly. So we'll see what Sig can get away with here. I think is the best way to phrase it.
Yeah, I mean, like on that Anubis map specifically, I believe he was booped to the high ground by one of the enemy like CC abilities, maybe from a Junkrat, or I'm not entirely sure, to be completely honest. But you know, sometimes your play just ends poorly for you when it comes to the dive Ryan.
Yeah, it's definitely a high risk, high reward type of thing. So I think here, I mean, it's going to be important. I mean, considering the history of these two teams, NightDrive actually just beat Sarasota Seniors in a 2-0 just a couple of weeks ago. So there is still already some history here between these two. And there is some mixed history. I mean, but this team, especially on Sarasota, has actually been pretty constant throughout this year, whereas a lot of other teams in this league have seen a lot of changes to their roster. This has been quite constant for them.
Yeah, there's been a couple teams that haven't really changed much, but I think Sarasota, like being the staunch old men that they are, they're stubborn. They don't give up. They're not quitting this league without a fight. And I definitely think they're going to put up a fight today, win or lose.
I definitely think so too. I mean, I think we're just waiting for both teams here to get the R to get into Rialto. I mean, do you have any predictions going into this match before seeing anything, knowing what you know after playing them yesterday?
I think NightDrive's going to pull out some wacky, silly Bastion composition. I don't know how.
They did do that a couple of times the last time I cast them. I guess it's just a continuing trend for them, huh?
Pomku is the best Bastion in the league. This has been established. So why wouldn't you play to your strengths?
So, I mean, there has to be some counterplay to that, right? I mean, that's only one of those gimmicky things that happens once or twice and you catch the enemy by surprise. But, you know, after a while, that can't work, or that shouldn't work.
It shouldn't work, but it does. I mean, like, you just pull out a Pharah, you spam him out, you pull out a Genji, you know, get the Nanoblade in there. Mm-hmm. That's really like the main counter to the Bastion, especially like playing so clumped up together with all the splash damage and all the cleave that you can deal with the Genji and the Pharah. It's really just depends on if NightDrive decide to pull it out against the veterans in the Sarasota Seniors.
Yeah. I never would have thought that the answer to a question from a strategic and meta perspective is play Genji. That just doesn't sound like an answer you hear in 2021 these days. But yeah, we are heading into Rialto officially. We're taking that gondola ride, and things are about to get started pretty quickly here.
I'm completely serious, by the way.
I hope you're right. I hope we see some Genji action here. That's what we need in our Sunday night.
I love seeing some Genji play. Both these teams playing out, you know, the classic standard, you know, the rush. NightDrive are playing a Junkrat, which is a little out of standard, but Junkrat even has still seen some play, like, depending on the map, or depending on what map he's on. Like, King's Row, for example, is one of the maps that he's pulled out on a decent amount. There are a couple others. And, like, I guess Lijiang as well.
Yeah, one interesting thing I think the note here as we're gonna jump out. They're not even spawn camping. You do see a lot of that in this map, but it seems like NightDrive's gonna play this pretty safe. And also, say Porsche, she's gonna be on the Zarya instead of the Diva. Diva's way more popular these days. We'll see how it works out for him.
It's the support Signet on the Rhine when he goes for those pins, you know.
Oh, of course.
You gotta guarantee the care.
Yeah, and we do see some of the one important difference here is distortion on the Junkrat. So that's going to be something, especially when we get to this choke as the wall comes out now.
So starting out here, Sarasota goes in, uses the Zarya bubble quite early, uses the lamp as well. That's 2 key cooldowns down, but I believe there's a pick onto Drawn, so that should give them a pretty decent shot here on just holding for at least this first point.
And you see that they keep trying to use the wall Sarasota Seniors do, but they just do not keep getting, they're not able to cut out Watt every time. And that just gives the advantage to NightDrive because they can aggro with all of that spam damage they have between Distortion and Phase. So, I mean, it's just an onslaught of kills for NightDrive as they have to reset here, Sarah Seniors. And Watt already has his Shatter ready to go. I mean, 50% advantage over Sig. I mean, this is a hard angle to try and take, especially with that spam damage. And when you only have one projected bubble to try and take space, that might be problematic. As a poor, she only halfway to that grab.
Signet going in again, taking a lot of damage off the bat here. There's a tire coming in from Distortion. The lamp is destroyed from Bolton Cake as well. That could lead to something big with a tire here. I hear a Shatter come out from Waddit, and I believe it catches a couple.
Sig is so low. I'm just gonna take a quick break here. It seems like a Sig gets healed up. Cooldowns get reset for NightDrive as we head towards them. Oh my God, the Fire Strike!
Massive,
absolutely
fire
massive
strike. That's a great window Fire Strike. That's exactly what you need here. Without the Diva from Saipora, you can't do much.
Yep.
To really do anything against that. And now it really is just a good shot. So Sarasota are coming up on a few ults here, but Saipora hasn't built up that Grav. It's been about 2 minutes-ish.
And another thing that with the compositional difference is that you can't eat the Fire Strikes from Wadet. So like he's already overlapped or nearly overlapped Sig on another Earth Shatter, right? So they are playing more aggressive, I think, overall NightDrive is on the defense. But because he can get all that cleave with every single Fire Strike, it's going to be even more devastating. It's going to have that way more easily. Try and take this high ground, but it doesn't seem like it's being that effective.
With the Blizzard coming out here from RoboKiller, it should lead to a decent chance here. Waddit getting frozen. Doesn't get the beat from the Maywall from RoboKiller. That's very good for them if they can follow up on this onto that great opener. But the Deadeye from Pomku leads to a kill on Drums. Tried it out for the other McCree on that defense there. This should still be a decent chance here. The grab is committed from Saipora. And now it looks like a decent chance for a first point capture here for SRS, as long as NightDrive doesn't commit to any crazy, wacky recontests here.
Yeah, once Wadet fell there trying to Fire Strike through the enemy Sarasota Seniors window, it seemed like it was all downhill. There's no contest coming in, and it was really expensive for the Seniors to eventually get that point. I mean, NightDrive did do a good job of delaying it as long as possible. So now all it really comes down to is who's going to take this high ground on the streets phase. And not only the high ground, but also this corner, as we see, they're going to try and fight over this little choke as the tire's going to come out from Distortion.
Tire comes out from Distortion, going over the roofs, it looks like. Can it get a pick here, though, is the real question. It looks like... So Saipora falls, and then the Baptiste falls as well for Sarasota. This should be a pretty cut and dry fight for NightDrive here. Really only committing one ult there with the tire. Noma does get picked out pretty late there, so that could lead to something in the future.
Yeah. And this is where it's gonna be a problem for the Seniors, because NightDrive has this high ground that they can just spam from a distance on this high ground, and there's not a lot of mitigation coming from the Sarasota Seniors comp, right? You can't eat any of this on the approach. Yeah, you can speed up this high ground to try and contest, but you're gonna be taking a lot of damage, using a lot of cooldowns and abilities just to be able to get there, as they're gonna try and take this on the low ground instead.
That's very risky, but that could definitely lead to something even without the Diva here. Good boop from Faith PP Godhand, but it is traded out for Distortion from the charge from Signet. But there still seems to be more follow-up from NightDrive getting 2 additional picks. That should just be another pretty cleanly won fight for NightDrive there. Really only using, I believe, the window in the beach?
Yeah, they didn't have to use a ton, but I just think the advantage of the comp is just way better for NightDrive, especially with the kind of the position they have with this high ground. I mean, they can make these fights like kind of go really quickly if they really want, or they can play slow too. I think the Diva is just way stronger right now in this meta, and as much as Saipora has this grab ready to go, I mean, it could be negated by Dilby if they're not careful.
Drums falls early again, and the beat comes out from Gag. Should hold them up for a decent bit. Waddit does fall to Signet. This should be a good start for them as long as they can continue getting these kills. They don't have a whole lot of support ults NightDrive does. Now they should be able to confirm a couple more kills. Noma falls, Pomku falls, PP Godhand falls. That should just be I wouldn't say this is a guaranteed cap, but this is pretty good going into this third point.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And at least coming in this final fight, I'm sure they're gonna try and touch, but Robo has this Blizzard ready to go, and it's not like there's any support ults from NightDrive to be able to negate this. So they're gonna try and contest, but it might be for naught.
The Blizzard connects and I believe catches 2, or at least slows him down, setting up some pretty easy kills for his teammates, and that should be second point Rialto for the Sarasota Seniors.
Yeah, slowly but surely they are gaining some momentum, and I think that's what it's really important about if they're going to play the traditional Ryan Zarya. You need to keep your Zarya alive as much as possible to be able to sustain that high energy, be a huge threat to the D.Va, make sure that Dilby knows where you are at all times and they're not wasting their boosters cooldown to be able to get burned out. And also you'd be building out your Graviton more and more. As we see, look at the flank shatter from Sig. What is he doing here?
What's he doing? Oh, he's going to kill Distortion, I believe. Yep. Distortion gets flattened to a wall called tiring. But can Signet confirm the shatter here is a real question. It definitely seems like he can. But I believe it gets windowed by, or lamped by Noma. I don't know if this is really a winnable fight for Sarasota being down the Reinhardt that early. But it definitely seems like they think so, as they're all going in right now. Balls to the wall aggression. Noma getting very low in main, and the beats committed from Faith to Godhand should sustain them for a decent while here. Might just lead to a fight win. Wadded trades for Robo, and here comes the bomb from Dilby. Picks up 2. That's absolutely massive. The McCree and the Zarya fall. That's exactly what you need to hold here for Sarasota Seniors. But they have 4 ults right now. I mean, NightDrive have nothing. They have a window and a high noon.
Well, we talked a little bit earlier in the cast that these two teams just love chaos in terms of how they win these games, and you aren't wrong, right? That was just, back and forth, all these different ults, and Sarasota just has the clear advantage. But, they're going to be walking into Noma's window, and with no DM, that's going to be dangerous.
And they seem to just be walking around the window. I mean, you can do that. It's a thing you can do in this video game. Sapori here coming up with a grab. If Dilby eats this is exactly what you need for NightDrive to win this fight right now. Sapori falls before they can even drop the grab. Distortion is traded out for by Robo off the side of the map. But it definitely seems right now that Sarasota Seniors are barely coming out on top using both their support ults to get a single kill get 2 kills onto the tanks of NightDrive. See that commits to shatter, gets stunned. No follow-up kills coming out from it, I believe. The Lucio though from NightDrive is being so annoying in this card, just contesting constantly, dealing small increments of damage, CCing them away, pushing them off cart. Sapor though coming back with a grab, and it hits. They need to break this lamp though, or else they're not getting any value out of it, and the tire from Distortion picks up Gag. That should be this point.
Yeah, we see the Junkrat is definitely a unconventional pick, especially when we're talking about strict meta these days. But when you're in an overtime situation like that and you're coming up on tire and you've already used your immortality field just a second before, well, that's when that value of the tire really comes out. It is completely good for clearing off the overtime cart contest. So, I mean, over time, seemed like Sarasota Senior was able to get some momentum moving through the rest of Streets phase. They had a pretty good push through that. But they kind of got lulled through that first part of the map, as well as obviously that is a really hard choke to take on Rialto Point C. So it's going to be really curious to see how Sarasota Seniors responds to this. Are they going to play the same composition they were playing before? It does seem like they are when they're rolling out with it just for now. Will they be able to be a little bit more on the aggressive when they're on the defense to be able to take those fights where they want them to take it? But the more important thing is Distortion is hanging out on the Pharah. We see FaZe on the Bastion, as you talked about. NightDrive likes that Bastion. But will they actually run this, though? We'll see.
So Sarasota Seniors kind of got out-comped there. Really, they aren't running the they weren't running the D.Va to eat all the junk spam that was just constantly laying in on them on their approach. So they were just taking so much early damage, having to use cooldowns or just dying outright. It's just not a great pick to not have a D.Va into a Junkrat of all things. Coming out here though, they seem to be playing a bit silly, and Wadded gets an early pin on the Gag. That's exactly what you want for the Sarasota Seniors right now. They break that early spawn hold with a vengeance. That is exactly how NightDrive wanted to start this attack out.
Yeah, I like the idea from Sarasota to start with that early composition hold and even use the Maywall to get on that high ground. We've seen a lot of different teams lose those contests at the spawn door because a McCree takes the high ground and starts dinking off really important targets. But when you get that charge kill right off the bat, you're already down 1, and then they just aggress after that purple. Pretty dangerous as we start this next fight.
Waddle, though, taking a lot of early damage here. The Lamb might have to be committed by Noma early, but Signet, out of nowhere, it seems, falls to Bolting, or falls to Pomku. Waddle is traded in return, but Gag falling again on the Lucio here. Signet does have the Shatter, crucially, but isn't alive to use it right now. I think Sarasota just had to completely give up the first point, or at least go for a very, very late touch here. Signet coming out here with the Shatter, and there's no run on the field, so it's easy clean up there for them. Pomku should die here, but the Lamb coming in from Noma, crucially saving their life. And now Bolton Cake with the window needs to be big here, or else this is really just a lost fight for Sarasota.
And Wada has the Shatter on his own, ready up, coming up soon, as Wadi has that bomb. So all these cooldowns come out. This is a good bomb candidate to be able to throw this through choke, and they might not be able to hold us.
To a damage boosted fire strike from the window, and now I don't think this is really a winnable fight for Sarasota, and they're committing. I don't know, man. Without the Diva, this comp is gimped so hard because you can't eat the Junkrat spam, you can't eat those damage boosted fire strikes. You're just taking so much damage. And the Zarya, while supporting Signet on this Reinhardt a lot better, is very, very high risk, high reward. Right now, it's really just the risk that seems apparent.
And I think it is doable, but just your margin of error is so low though with the Zarya, right? You can still play this, but you're on the razor's edge of being, you know, the most efficient comp, because again, like you said, the Diva is better.
The trap on Signet dealing so much damage to him barely gets out with their life, and now the entirety of NightDrive is just kind of walking at him, and Signet falls. The tire falls from distortion, I suppose, but it really shouldn't matter too much as more picks are coming in for NightDrive here, just solidifying the 2-point cap.
Yeah, and they'll definitely be able to touch here, I believe, because they definitely support. She has that grab ready to go. They have Blizzard, so they have a bunch of win conditions coming up. But you know, FaZe PP does have that Blizzard, so we'll see who kind of blinks first here in terms of what ultimates are used.
So Sarasota barely touches, uses the beat in the high noon. The Shatter hits Noma in the backline, but that's it. But the follow-up from Drems' High Noon is absolutely massive, picking up 2 crucial picks, and then Signet picking up a third, and Saport picking up the rest, really. So Sarasota honestly had a pretty decent fight there. They only used 4 ults, but now here you have a Blizzard and a window. NightDrive not having a particular amount more than that, though. Getting close to some ults, I suppose, but that's really about it. Early window committed from Bolting Cake, just trying to get their team's ult up a little bit faster than the other. And Dilby falling early there should just lead to a little bit more ult charge gain from the side of Sarasota Seniors without that damage mitigation to contest that window.
Honestly, that's fine though. I mean, they use that window so proactively early that they get a couple kills, they can reset. I mean, that fight didn't even begin, right? So the defense didn't take that much time off the clock, all things considered. And NightDrive has both tank ultimates to go. They have both DPS ultimates ready to go here. So I mean, they're just waiting for the fight that they want to take. But RoboKiller does have this Blizzard in their back pocket ready to go.
The shot from Wadit lands on a Drums on the carpet. Drums shouldn't fall here. Oh, but the Blizzard from Robo is eaten by Dilby, and then Drums falls immediately after, and the bomb commit should pick up 1 or 2. Picks up the Baptiste and the Reinhardt. This is definitely 2nd point. And Tire just the icing on the cake, really, just picking up the rest of the stragglers. And now NightDrive is has a one-way ticket to capping 3rd here, unless Sarasota Senior just can make some miracle play, considering it's really not that far from the 2nd point.
I mean, folks, is that one a perfect example of why we're playing Diva in this meta and not Zarya? Eats the Blizzard, gets 2 kills with their own ultimate, able to clear off the cart there with the boosters. Like, that's what you're doing these days with that. And let's see though if NightDrive has the tools in their toolkit to be able to take this really, really hard choke here on point C as the early window comes out.
Early window from Noma. Signet has to come up big with a Shatter here. Doesn't land on anyone, and they're just kind of pushing the cart for free here. They barely got on time, but Signet trades his life for it. The Tire just clears him off point. Picks up another 2.
Another Tire.
A Tire in like 2 seconds.
Ew. Like, ew. I don't know who's been feeding Distortion so many tires, but I mean, we talked about this pretty much the entirety of the map is when you only have the Zarya bubble for sustain versus the Diva that can eat all of that spam damage. It was kind of like the worst case scenario for the seniors, right? If you want to run the Zarya, that's just disgusting. Yeah, I mean, that's perfectly timed. And because there's no DM, boom, it doesn't be able to do it. I mean, that is why you run the Diva. I mean, you can run the Zarya again with mixed success or with even more success than you want, but you didn't realize that NightDrive is going to run some of these heavy spam characters against you. That's when you need to turn around and make some adjustments to that, right? I know Saipor has been very good on the Zarya this entire season, but I think that was, like you said earlier in the map, that is a big comp difference, right? And that allowed NightDrive to be even more comfortable on the map, comfortable taking space, and comfortable being the aggressor. That's what Wada gave the ability to have pretty much twice the amount of shatters that Sig had. And even if Sig is playing at his best, it still may not matter because of that compositional difference.
So going on to 2CP here, I'm wondering if the substitutions for SRS could change their playstyle at all. I believe they have Caden coming in for Stroms. I could be incorrect, however, but if they're just going to keep hard, so they need to pull out a diva here, and with Caden coming in, that means one thing, and it's a Junkrat. So if Eisendrak coming in for Dilby on the side of NightDrive here can just play diva and not get contested by the off tank of SRS, I mean, that's really just another free map for them, because the Junkrat spam is so powerful. Like even if you're not necessarily like getting a bunch of kills with it, you're forcing cooldowns, you're forcing the enemy to play slower, or with the traps, or with the concussion mines. Anything that you can do to disrupt them is just more time off the clock and more ult to you.
And also the fact that, like, yeah, you can play in the spam, but that requires perfect coordination between the cooldowns of your tanks to be able to perfectly mitigate all of that spam damage, right? Otherwise, your Ryan's taking too much damage, your Zarya's bubbling too early or too late, and that thus, and take one of them taking too much damage. Now your healers are behind and healing. That means you can't be as aggressive. So it's a trickling effect of all of these things because of that. So that doesn't mean it's not impossible, right? We've seen some crazy stuff happen in not just the BPL, but in every comp game you've ever seen. So like, it's not impossible for the Sarasota seniors if they want to keep running the same composition. But like you said, if they're not running this diva, it's making the hill to get to that next level, to get to that next map or the next match, playing for their lives, makes it a little bit steeper. So that doesn't mean it's not impossible.
I'd say it's more like a 70-degree angle, because the diva is so powerful in this meta, denying all the ult charge. Like, it's not just the Junkrat spam necessarily, it's Wada getting free. It's not even with the window, it's just getting free fire strikes to get ult charge, so he can just get those fire strikes faster. And then if Eisendrak or Dilby or whoever's playing it, the diva for NightDrive, is just eating up all Sig's fire strikes, I mean, you're not going to be able to shatter as fast, no matter how hard how well you're playing, or how like accurate your fire strikes are, because DM is a very forgiving ability, and if you can just gobble up those fire strikes, it's really just taking away your Ryan's ability to charge anything.
Exactly. And I talked about that on the first point, is like, you're just, no matter how much you can be, you know, main tank differencing the other Ryan, they're still going to have an ult advantage over you because of the cleave of that fire strike, because no one's eating it. I would almost want to see the seniors go Doomfist. We've seen this work at even the contenders level this year in the last couple of weeks, is a Ryan Zarya on certain maps with a Doomfist and like a McCree, or Doomfist and a May, where you allocate the projected bubble to the Doomfist every time. You go into the back line, you abuse the Rhine, because they have no abilities to protect that Reinhardt, and you're not going to use the DM to protect them there. So that might be an adjustment that I think their Sarasota seniors can look into, that I think would actually bear fruit. Will they do that? Probably not. I haven't seen them run much Doomfist this year, if at all. So as we go into this 2CP map coming up here soon, I think they have to make some type of adjustment from a compositional standpoint, or they just have to be so perfect in their engagements and disengagements that it's going to be asking for a lot of them.
Speaking of 2CP, we're playing Anubis. You know, we're going to the classic wacky Junkrat map. Anything can happen on Anubis. It's bizarre, truly.
Yeah, I can't wait for Anubis. And like you said, I mean, that is the perfect Junkrat map. So they're basically playing into the hands of NightDrive if Distortion so chooses to play that Junkrat again. But I mean, it's more about the seniors choosing, do they want to make their lives harder on themselves here than not, right? I think the NightDrive is playing the way they played like last night too. Like they played well. And they played well on that first map in Rialto, but it's really the storylines, I think, more about Sarasota just choosing to play an inferior comp. Maybe that's out of just preferences and whatnot, but it is going to be interesting to see as speaking of different comps, NightDrive is coming out with a little bit more of a dive composition here, but we're still seeing Wadit do a roulette of characters. I'm sure it'll end up on the Rhine. But more importantly, Distortion is going to be on the Pharah. And that's going to be interesting because Caden is flirting with the Echo. And we'll see if they actually go out with this. But I wouldn't be surprised if they did, even if Caden wouldn't be supported with their own Mercy.
So Anubis First is a very good Pharah map on both sides because there's a lot of cover for you to just spam for free. So you can just take a lot of good angles and just get free ult charge and free damage, possibly free picks. Sarasota Seniors right now seem to be actually playing. Oh no, there it is. The Junkrat pulled out for Caden here, the best Junkrat of BPL. I think this has been established. Distortion though, already just getting some spam in there with a severe lack of diva for Sarasota yet again.
And this is going to be so much like spam damage from the Pharah from behind, and also you can throw it in from the front too. I mean, McCree does his own fair share of spam as well. This is going to be a miracle if Cersei can get through this without any ultimates.
I definitely don't think this is a first fight scenario for Sarasota right now. I think this is definitely going to take them a little bit here. Eisendrach is falling quite low for NightDrive right now, but Bolton Cake just falls to the Fire Strike of Wadit. There's no defense matrix there. Wadit is traded in return, but Signet pinning out to get that kill really isn't the safest way to get that, and it should just be the first fight won for NightDrive here.
And really the only way that Wadit died there is because Sig just decided to give up his life with that charge to pin him over there. But you just see the free space that Distortion is making with all the spam damage through the top of these windows. If they try and move through this right-hand side to try and take this high ground platform, and like you have all this ultimate almost ready to go for Distortion. Wadit already has that shatter, so all these things we talked about at the break and during that first map are kind of the themes for this match overall. It's going to be
Sephora already taking so much damage from that window from Noma, and I just don't think they can really do anything here. Bolton Cake uses the window in return. The window Fire Strike is absolutely massive, picking up Bolton Cake, and then the Barrage comes up with with 3. It does come up with 4, excuse me. There's no diva to eat the damage of the Barrage. I'm sorry to sound like a broken record, but the lack of diva is really hurting Sarasota Seniors.
It is. I mean, this is a textbook example as to why diva is so important right now. And like, yeah, you can run Zarya, but like, is it worth it? Doesn't seem like it is, especially when you have the composition that NightDrive is running at you, and especially on 2CP Anubis.
Caden has to come up big with his tire here, or else I don't realistically see NightDrive really losing this first point. The Valk used early from Faith to be God Hand, and it sounds like the Kree from RoboKiller has fallen. The beat's committed in return, though. Tire comes up from Caden here, but it just falls immediately to the Barrage of Distortion, who has another one within, I believe, around 45 seconds. It is just continuing to pound Sarasota Seniors into the dirt with these damage-boosted rockets.
It's so free for Distortion right now. Like, it's awful, right? Because like Robo can only do so much when they're stuck in that room and the rockets are getting sent from a place where you can't even see Distortion to shoot them. And the only way that they actually got any space, that the Sarasota Seniors there, was because Gag had to use their beat just to push through platform, and they still got destroyed by Distortion because of the Barrage.
Caden is on Bastion. I just want to point this out, and Bolton Cake has died early yet again. It's just okay. Caden on the high ground on the Bastion. Can they do enough here? It doesn't seem like it, because the entirety of SRS is just falling to the Pharah and the McCree of NightDrive.
Yeah, this positioning is cute and all by Caden, but it's not going to do you much in the end, man. So this is looking not so good for the Seniors, as they have 30 seconds left. They have some ultimates. Sephora, she does have that grab ready to go. But, you know, and the Shatter's coming up here. But again, what do you do with these? Where do you path without getting absolutely annihilated and scissored by the rest of NightDrive and all their spam? It's just not looking good.
Oh, the Barrage is massive. There's no stopping it. You can't do anything against this Barrage other than hide. And when you're in the open, what are you going to do? NightDrive is just putting on a clinic right now, showing why you should run Diva.
I have one word for all of this, and it's bruh.
Bruh, that was brutal.
Like, it's it feels like they're just running their heads into a brick wall, is the Seniors, and it's rough to watch. but they have to be able to turn things around. Maybe it'll be a little bit better here on the defense. They have to be perfect. Their entire season depends on it coming into this last defense for Anubis, but you just have to wonder what's going through their heads right now. I mean, they know they're getting hard countered by NightDrive's comp. I mean, the NightDrive, their DPS are literally doing whatever they want to the rest of the seniors. And it doesn't seem to phase them in the slightest. They're just more like, thank you, sir, I'll have another. Thank you, sir, I'll have another. That's what it seems like every time the Saracen seniors are pushing through one of these chokes. And I know 2CP is a tough, especially Anubis is tough to crack, especially when you have a lot of the ult advantages when you're trying to rotate some of these DPS. But it doesn't seem like it's really working out for the seniors, but they finally seem like they're playing D.Va. Sapora, she is finally on that character.
It's a classic. I don't want to get too heavy into the whole seniors branding, but they're just staunch in their ways. They want to run Zarya real badly. They finally come to the times.
Hey, I want to run Zarya too, but it's a little tough these days.
It seems like they're stuck in the past with this Zarya, and it hurts me to see them running their heads into the wall for 4 minutes. I want the best for them, man. I like my guys, Well,
let's see how they do with the D.Va now.
Distortion's on this Pharah again, As long as Sapora can just micromanage Distortion on this Pharah, they really should be fine here because Caden's Junkrat is built differently. Massive flashbang coming from Pomku, though the Wad's already taking so much more damage right now, falling very, very low. Only the heals of Baptiste and Waterfall is almost immediately there. Playing aggressively is Signet right now, just taking the space that he has now that he does not constantly taking spam damage from the Pharah.
Caden ends up getting a conch mine kill onto the Pharah. It's actually quite skilled, but did we actually see, I dare say, a fight win for the seniors now that they made a specific change to their composition? Now, I still think the Junkrat McCree into a Pharah is somewhat living on the edge, but, they are able to stop the bleeding here. They have 3 minutes left to go to be able to draw this map and fight another day. But we see Distortion finally kind of giving up the Pharah pretty early and going with the Mei, so they're going to be able to, kind of isolate someone when they go through this choke here. I think that's a good choice.
You know what, Beak? I see the draw. I see it right now.
See it?
I see it. I totally see it.
You willing to bet your points on that?
Signet picks up 4. That is what you need for the Sarasota seniors right now. Picking up 2 with the pin. Oh, he's living now. Signet is in there. He's going in. Pomku, though, picking up 2. This could be bad for Sarasota. No shot. No shot. No.
Are you still willing to bet all your points on this?
I wasn't betting points in the first place, but it seems like Sarasota seniors have been eliminated from the BPL.
Yeah, it does seem that time is up for them. We just have Signet trying to contest this point. He has about half health left to go, and he just wants to spam his DPI and be a happy man, but he is anything but. NightDrive advances.
NightDrive advances further into the playoffs bracket, and I am sad because I wanted to see the old men go forward and win the entire BPL, but it doesn't seem like it's going to end that way today, tragically.
And I mean, we had one storyline to talk about these two maps, and it was the compositional difference between these two. You have Distortion on the variety of heroes they had, whether it was the Junkrat, whether it was the Pharah that you're watching right here, getting barrage after barrage, tire after tire. It really didn't matter because there's no mitigation from the seniors, and they made their change a little too late where they had 0 margin of error, literally 0. And that hurts to watch, but they will be able to go again next year or next season. Maybe there'll be a Zarya meta then. Can't guarantee.
Maybe. We can only hope. It's just tragic because you could see that they finally realized that, hey, we can't run the Zarya here. A little too late, just a hair too late. Not really a hair, but they realized their mistake. Is what I'm trying to say.
The last, if you are on your last defense of the map that you might lose and go out and get eliminated from the entire league of, that is not when you have your epiphany of comp and be like, hey, this is what we should probably be playing. That's a little bit too late to be able to start coming back to it. And they did win that first fight, and they even won kind of the second fight. Sig had that massive shatter, but they just continued to press W. I guess they were finally feeling themselves being like, yes, let's go. But when you have the Mei freezing up the Diva, you have Pomku just dinking heads a couple times, and you can't lose those people on 2CP, especially on the first point, because that's just disaster as the advantages of spawn for those attackers. So it just was a snowball in its own right, and it's just, you see, that's the building blocks of NightDrive's victory as they advance.
NightDrive, I don't know. So I'm trying to think here for a second. I think that NightDrive, I'm not entirely sure who their next week's opponent is. Actually, we don't know because that's from the upper bracket. But I don't know who they can possibly play. Could we get a bracket up here, Solomon? Possibly? Pausers?
I'm looking at it now. So they'll either play the loser of the Sydney Surface and Clients or the losers of Catboy Crew and Research, it seems like, but don't go by my analysis as I'm looking at the same thing you are now. I think that's going to be a little bit dangerous. So,
hi, I'm here for bracket info.
All right, get in there.
You know every team's games from now. So, NightDrive will be facing Malding next.
You see it, nice.
Lower bracket. It's like a consolidation match of the two lower bracket matches that we had today, and then we'll also have the upper bracket. So these will be, I think, all 4 of the matches that are left. You can see the 2 in the upper bracket, 2 in the lower bracket will be on Friday.
Okay.
I think.
Thank you for clearing that up, Mr. Solomon. So Malding versus NightDrive, I think, is going to be a bit of a silly one, going off of what those two teams have played today, even, really.
Yeah. And I feel like today you couldn't even get an idea of how NightDrive was, because it was more the seniors losing than it was NightDrive playing really well and winning. I think NightDrive just had to play the composition that's meta and play it to a decently high level or decently adequate level, and they would just win, right? So I think this will be the true test for NightDrive, and they have zero room for error, as Malding ended up winning today as well. And they've been a pretty good team throughout this entire league. So I think we're in for a treat on that Friday night games between those two, and then the other ones as well.
Yeah, I think with that, we should be able to throw it to an interview with Bo. Bye for now.
Hello, and thank you so much to Mara and Beak for casting our final match of today. I'm here with Distortion, Eisen, and Waddit. There's not a lot to say here, just a really dominant victory from you guys.
That's to be expected.
Well, yeah, okay.
A little bit.
Well,
yeah.
Just business as usual. You're washing off for a little bit, but we did see you guys lose your footing a little bit here and there. So what are you guys doing in those fights to reestablish control to say, hey, I'm the dominant force here?
Well, sometimes if we win a fight, sometimes our comms just go out of whack. We lose because we don't set up, so someone just has to fucking yell over everybody else to get everyone in check. So
yeah,
that's typically what goes on.
Yeah, it just gets really messy, and so we just have to mentally reset every couple of fights because we just lose comms, lose fights and stuff.
It's
As soon as everything hits the fan, we're all just screaming over each other until we all kind of click at one point.
You don't hear each other and just
it's mostly
doing our own thing.
It's mostly all Thee's fault, so.
True. Who is Thee? I only know FaZe PP Godhand. I don't know who Thee is.
I don't know who Thee is either. He's been someone non-born.
Dude, who's Distortion? I only know FaZe Obama.
Yeah, FaZe Obama.
Yeah, what the fuck is FaZe Obama?
Yeah, that guy hasn't come out in a while. Is he on hiatus or
being shoved into the corner?
Yeah, his term was
The term was up after.
His term was up.
It's early Joe Biden.
Obama's term was up.
Yeah,
it's early Joe Biden's term.
Joe Biden has taken over.
All right. You mentioned that you guys sometimes talk over each other. Who's that person who really is able to get you guys grounded? Who's your voice when you're in games?
It's usually me or Panda.
Yeah, it's usually Distortion or Panda.
And then what it calls mid-fight.
Yeah.
Typically how it goes.
This match was just an unstoppable force versus a very movable object, unfortunately. I can't believe you hate Sarasota enough to knock them out. That's just
Crazy
Yeah,
how we
I
hate all the teams.
I was rooting for them, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know.
We had to do it to him.
I was
We
checking
simply
my
just had to
PayPal.
do it to him.
I was checking my PayPal before the match, but like nothing was moving. So I picked Farah, and they just won. So
At least Distortion gets a waifu out of this though, because
yeah, I did actually. Yeah.
Hey,
Shout out
why
to
don't you tell the class what you got? Go on then.
Yeah, shout out to Obi-Wan. After we won, he traded me someone from Demon Slayer.
God,
He's
what
worth
a
like
view.
he's worth like 600 Kakura.
I've never heard dubs so big. But your next match next week is going up against Malding Inc. What are you guys expecting going into that match?
We scrimmed against Malding like pretty much this entire week, so we helped them limit test a little bit.
Yeah,
Help them beat Sharks pretty much.
Yeah, we
lift
know
each other
other.
up just to take them down.
We also scrimmed against them while they had Alwyn in.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, Alwyn's the best player on that team, and
So
it's not
we
close.
just know each other by heart, so you know it'll be a fun match.
Absolutely unbeatable, 100% win rate.
Oh God, Alwyn. Yeah, I'd never watched them out.
Alwyn's a terrifying force.
All right. Well, do you have any closing thoughts before we throw it back to desk and we have a little chat with seniors?
GG.
Yeah, GG's
pretty much
fun.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but don't.
It's top playoffs are.
All right. Well, we're gonna throw it back to desk one last time as we have a chat with Sarasota seniors. Thank you for joining me. I've been Bo.
And welcome back, everyone. So with us, we have some of the members of the losing squad for the Sarasota seniors. We have Drams, Caden, Sig, and Gag alongside Mar. We are getting some info and some intel as to what really happened in that match. Was a 2-0 between NightDrive and Sarah. So I think the obvious question I want to know, I was on the topic the entire time for at least the cast, is the composition of why you guys were deciding to run Zarya and not the Diva, and was that planned? Why did you guys have any idea to swap off of that any earlier than you did, which was the defense on Anubis?
Zarya go Burr.
Yeah.
Yes. That's it. That's all I have to say.
That's true.
I do recall one of us realized maybe on Rialto that maybe the Diva would have been a better pick over the Zarya, but we just didn't make that adjustment quick enough.
You know, it's a little unlucky. Now, you guys may not have won the season, but you definitely won our hearts. Sarasota to the moon, baby.
Absolutely.
Very big from us.
So our team manager, Frank, he's not available tonight. He wasn't with us. He's been cheering us on in our Discord server, but I would like to say to all of our players he's very proud of all you guys, and that I just want to say thank you to the Bad Pachamari League staff and everyone for making all this possible, because I had so much fun with all these guys. I know that they would say the same thing.
I feel like we need a feel strong man clap in the chat. Frank, the silent MVP for the Sarasota seniors, truly. And, may not be there every game day, but he's definitely there in their hearts, in their minds, cheering them on. How does it feel to really be, the old men of the BPL, if I may ask?
My back is breaking. I can't walk. I need a walking stick, dude. I just feel old, dude. I don't know, man.
I think after the season, we have several old men of the BPL now.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I almost shudder to ask what is considered old in this league, because otherwise I might be.
Apparently 23. So
oh man,
23 above, you're old. It's just I don't get it.
I think I'm one of the older guys in the league. I'm 26. I think.
Hey, I'm 26 too. We could be we can be literally the seniors together. How's
very
that?
good. Very
I
good.
think we had Robo at 27 or 28 is the oldest.
I think he's 26 as well.
I have no idea at this point.
Yeah. Right after the draft, we did some math and we figured that we probably were the oldest team just by coincidence.
Probably.
But it's funny because I think we have one of the youngest players in Sephora, who's only
It's all over the map, dude.
I'm a decade older.
What's going on? I'm gonna be honest.
You guys are masters of the extremes. I love it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad I got this far with this team. We're really happy with our performance. I'm just mostly sad that I couldn't get the win for Caden. I wanted to get him to finals, get him the
Yeah, I mean, I think we all did. We just kind of
I couldn't do it for Caden.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
It's all good. Yeah, no, the two-time dream's dead, but I just would like to once again thank the community for having my back after the draft and after I sort of, whatever happened, but a lot of people rallied behind me. And also big shout out to Turtle Shell for giving me this opportunity to play with the team. It's been a great season. And yeah,
you guys, regardless of your record, have always given us entertaining matches and won the hearts of the community, that's for sure. I was going to say like the people's plats, but you guys are, definitely more successful.
I don't think there will ever be a team like the People's Plots ever again.
No, hopefully not.
For definitely for the better. No way that's for the worse.
Yeah, this is not a Sag, this is a Feel Strong Man, because this team has given us so many highlights of just... Whenever we see a Sarasota thing on our list, as observers, we're like, okay, here we go. What on earth is going to happen? Which weird cams do we need to show off that Signet's in some place on our map that we didn't even know you could get to?
Yeah.
How are you there? Like, okay, sure.
You'll be on the high ground.
I still remember the cast I did for you guys earlier this season, and I was talking about how the advantage of the other composition, because they were running like a Ball Sigma, and then like you guys are running the Reinhardt composition somehow, and all of a sudden Sig was on like the high ground of like Anubis B on attack, and we were like, wait a minute, what the hell just happened? And he gets like a pin charge off of that because like no one in their right mind was watching him do that, and it's like, and then you guys capped the point where we're like, all right, dive Ryan meta incoming from Sig. So no, I mean, I completely retweet what Solomon was saying as it was one of the most entertaining games you guys had out here this whole year.
Thank you.
You guys may not have been the most competitive team, but you're definitely the most fun team, and I will stand by that fact till the day that I die. It was truly a treat watching the Sarasota seniors rough up some of the youngins in the league.
Yep. I had fun, and thank you all.
Yeah, I had fun with everyone here, dude.
100%.
It's been very enjoyable to
So
play
glad
with
to
these
hear.
guys.
Thank you so much.
Really, really good.
That is your Sarasota seniors, everyone. They dip out of the tournament, but with their heads held high to the moon.
To the moon.
Thank you so much for talking to us, guys.
Thank you.
I'm gonna yoink the broadcast. I'm gonna go over to Vic. We're gonna break down the action that we had today and talk about what's gonna happen next weekend as we close out season 2. Let's go and see you, Vic.
Bye.
Hi, I'm here with Vic.
Hello.
Hi, Vic. What a weekend we've had. We're down to 8 teams. Look at them. They're all their codes are there on the screen. Cowboy Crew, Research, Sydney, Clients, DripDiff, PXP, PunkX Passion, NightDrive, Malding Inc. These are your last 8 teams. It's been heartbreaking, to say the least. And I already feel emotional about the teams that we said goodbye to, because we've had so many of them that are... you've seen that they've forged great bonds between each other, and they've had a really fun season. So I'm so glad that they've been able to stay with us. I'm going to talk a little bit about what's going to happen for the rest of the season. By the rest of the season, I mean next weekend. This is the bracket as it stands right now. So I believe the plan is, and I will double check and we'll make sure that everything is public, is that on Friday we will have these 4 matches that you see here. So we'll have the lower bracket games of Drip Difference versus PXP and NightDrive versus Malding Inc. And then we'll have the upper bracket games of Catboy Crew versus Research and Sydney Surfers versus Clients. That will then lead on into Saturday, where we have, I think, then we have the 2 lower bracket games of that, and then another lower bracket game, and then the upper bracket game. And I don't know. We have those 4 on Friday. I know that for sure. So we'll be back on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this week to crown our champion. The final will be on Sunday. We're going to talk to people to see who we can get on for the casts, because it's been a long time coming. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Very excited for next weekend. Finally getting to the meat of BPL, the final week, and just how many games we have left? Like 12.
Yeah,
12 games
we
to
are
go.
at, once we've finished all of the games, we'll have had 120 matches of Overwatch. 120 in season 2. Isn't that insane?
That's a lot of Overwatch.
That's a lot of Overwatch. But I want to say a huge thank you to everyone that's taken part. It's going to be so enormous and kind of awesome. You know, in like the old-fashioned way, like you're gonna be filled with awe when we think about back to season 2 and think like, holy shit, that's a lot of Overwatch. And one thing I love to look at is the highlight video that Mark made. Right, look at how many incredible plays we've been able to take out of the matches that we've had. There's been ups and downs, but we've had some amazing teams, amazing matches. I want to say a huge thank you to everyone who's been involved and not only helping this league run, but also just participating and being such a good part of the community. I'm very proud with the community we have. But that's all from us today. More on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We will send out availability sheets to the 8 remaining teams. The job is getting slightly harder because there are less teams, which means we need to do some weird scheduling. So we will be live around the same sort of time. The exact start time depends on scheduling. It'll be kind of 5, 6, 7 Eastern next weekend. But yeah, I want to say a huge thank you to Hog and Ball, Majesty, Sarasota, and the Sharks who all dipped out today. They will be amazing members of our community. I hope you all support them, especially when they will be feeling a little bit downtrodden after tonight. But that's all from us. We'll see you next Friday. More games. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good night.